I could have everybody take a seat and silence your devices. We're here for the July 28th Oldham County Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. If all who can, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Before we begin, I want to take a moment of silence to recognize a few great individuals in our Pillar community that we have lost since our last meeting in Attorney John Carter, who served with us for a very long time and did a great job, as well as Mayor John Black. If everyone will take a moment of silence. Thank you for that. All right, as we begin, first we'll review the minutes from last month. If I can have a motion on the floor.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any corrections, changes, edits? Yes, Ms. Thompson.
Let's see. On page 6 of 16, the second section there, where it says there will be a home goods store, I think that should be home improvement store.
Yeah, instead of goods.
And on page 7 of 16, it's under 4, and it's about 2/3 of the way down where it says Commissioner Douglas asked, and then toward the end of that paragraph, it just doesn't really make sense where it says, Mr. Triplett replied, not at this time, but we will have coordination with the fire department at civil construction level, plan level to make sure that all apparatus in the proximity and meet all the requirements. So I'm not sure. I mean, maybe that's just how he said it, but maybe it should read that all apparatus is, or I don't know, or that all apparatus in the proximity meets all the requirements. I'm just not sure if that needs to read better or if that's just how he said it. Oh, yeah. Okay, and then I missed one on page 6 of 16. It's where it says, it's a second paragraph down where it says Commissioner Douglas asked, and then signal there is spelled wrong.
6 of 16.
It says single instead of signal. And on page 10 of 16, under the 4th section, Attorney Sawyer replied the applicant wants to create lots, and it should be either the or their family instead of they. And then on page 11, on my motion there at the second part of the page, it should read, because it is not contrary to public interest given instead of giving. The neighbors have expressed support.
Members have expressed.
And then on page 13, and this is just a small typo, it's in the second paragraph, the first bullet point. Toward the end of that, where it says and or, there's usually a slash between and or. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Any other edits or corrections? Yes, Mr. Fisher.
Yes, as Ms. Thompson was going down through, on page 11, on that same motion that she just referenced, that should be 5201 18 Mile Creek Road. It says Creed Road. Good band, but not the right word, so. Some people caught that.
Any other corrections or edits? All right. Do I have a motion to approve minutes as changed? Yes, sorry,
It's
Ms.
just
Kraus.
a very minor one. On page 1,
Yes.
where it says others present and sworn in, if you look down at the, next to the last line, the second line, it should have an and between John Hine and Oldham County Engineer. It's just a minor one.
Perfect. Any others? All right, seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the minutes? Second? Second. We'll do this on a voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, before we move into our dockets, I do want to let everyone know that docket PZ-26-013, filed by Newcomb Oil, has been postponed. So if you are here for that docket, just want to make sure you're aware of that. All right, we will begin with the first docket.
Docket PZ-26-008, an application has been filed by the Radcliffe Inn for a zoning map amendment and development plan with waivers of Division 280-060 and Division 280-070 on property located at 311 West Jefferson Street and 312 West Main Street, LaGrange. The property at 311 West Jefferson is 0.563 acres and zoned R4 residential district with a proposed zoning of C-2 community business district. The property at 312 West Main Street is 0.266 acres and zoned R4 residential district with a proposed zoning of CN commercial neighborhood district.
All right,
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board.
before we
Director-
begin, if we can go ahead and swear in staff.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Perfect, thank you.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, Director Fisher, Ms. Edgar, Mr. Baxter, members of the commission, John Hine, Planner 1, Oldham County Planning and Development. As Ms. Edgar just read, this is a zoning map amendment with a development plan and 2 waivers proposed for 2 different lots abutting each other, and there's a lot line shift involved with this, which is why both lots are happening concurrently in this. That is at 311 West Jefferson Street and 311 West Main, or 312 West Main Street, excuse me. Again, that lot being one of the lots being, or both lots right now currently being R4 residential, the proposed zoning of the 311 going to C2, and the proposed zoning of the 312 West Main going to CN Commercial Neighborhood District. These are the lots in discussion today. This you'll probably recognize as the old Radcliffe Funeral Home here, and then this is the adjoining office/residential property right here facing Main Street and the railroad tracks. Zoning currently of R4 throughout this area with some commercial across the street. For our site history, for the 311 site on August 18th of 2003, the LaGrange Board of Adjustments considered docket 3644 filed by Radcliffe Funeral Home. This was for a front yard setback variance for a sign and a variance of total sign area. That vote passed with 4-0 for the sign setback variance, but for the sign area, that failed at a vote of 2-2. For the 312 West Main site, on September 27th of 1973, property owner applied for a building permit for off-street parking for the convenience of callers to the Adkins Radcliffe Funeral Home. The applicant was issued a special use permit for off-street parking. In 1983, November of 1983, the LaGrange Board of Adjustments considered docket 1201 filed by Home Health and Care Services. In that, the applicant requested a front yard setback variance for a sign and a variance of total sign area. Both of those requests were approved at that time. For this case, the pre-application began back in 2025, in November of 2025. Neighborhood meetings, just due to a small clerical error, there was 2 neighborhood meetings back to back. And then it came to technical review committee in April of this year, April 15th of 2026. All of the notices were done in accordance with KRS notification regulations. Those technical review committee comments were included with your staff packet for you to review, as were the community meeting minutes, For our conformance with the comprehensive plan, the Oldham County Future Land Use Map of 2025 predicts that this tract will be will be the commercial for tract 311, and residential for the tract 312. And in regards to conformance for the zoning ordinance, the applicant is asking for 2 waivers, division of 280.060 and 280.070, which are both essentially minimum parking requirements for 2 different uses that this project proposes. Here we have the future land use map showing the 311 parcel proposed to be commercial, and the 312 West Main parcel proposed to be residential. All right, the applicant is seeking a zoning map amendment for the property at 311 West Jefferson from R4 to C2 Community Business District to allow for a proposed boutique hotel and event center. According to Section 170-010 of the county ordinance, the purpose of the C2 Community District is to provide for retail, shopping, and personal service uses, shopping goods, and household services for a population considerably larger than that served by the local business district. The applicant is also seeking that zoning map amendment for 312 West Main from R4 to CN Commercial Neighborhood District. The purpose of the CN Commercial Neighborhood District is to promote the reuse of structures located in urban areas of Oldham County that have been constructed for mixed commercial and residential use, which may be currently underused or vacant, and which are located at street corners or on blocks with a significant number of retail business uses. The applicant is in addition seeking a waiver of Division 280 and 260, and that is for a total of 30 less spots than what our ordinances would require normally. The proposed plan includes a renovation of the existing building at 311 West Jefferson and the addition of a 3,467 square foot event space. The building at 312 West Main proposes to be used for office space. Allow the applicant to speak if that's in support of that use of the boutique hotel or not. I'm not exactly sure. The property falls within the LaGrange Historic District, and plans for this may require additional review by the Historic District Commission. Some photos of the site to refamiliarize yourself. I'm sure you've driven past it, possibly even today on your way in. Looking at the Radcliffe Funeral Home from 4th Street. The parking lot that's in discussion regarding these waivers, and the currently used, or I believe vacant actually, residential space on 312 West Main. This plan, which you have larger copies to view, is what was included in your packet. This proposes this addition of the event space here, the proposed hotel conversion of the Radcliffe home, and then the lot line consolidation from the parking lot to be brought into this lot. There will be a right-of-way running through it with that alley right there, and then this lot will be parceled off as tract 2 for the office space. The R4 residential district, just to remind you of what's permitted in there: multifamily, light business use, and then the C2, where it specifically lists the hotels and motels as a permitted use within that C2 district. The CN lists specifically business and professional offices, not including clinics and immediate care facilities. However, single-family residential and multifamily residential are also allowed within that CN neighborhood district. All right, in summary, you guys are going to have multiple motions to make. You're going to have a zoning map amendment for 311 West Jefferson Street, for 312 West Main Street, as well as the development plan for the boutique hotel, and then also the waivers of the minimum parking requirements that have been requested. For that zoning map amendment, again, we're looking at 311 West Jefferson Street going from R4 to C2 Community Business District. The proposed binding elements of that would be the approval only applies to the plan presented at the July 28th, 2026 Oldham County Planning Commission public hearing, that there shall be no changes to the plan without review by the Oldham County Planning Commission and Engineers Office, and that the plan must comply with all established federal, state, and county ordinances and requirements and comply with all necessary easement restrictions at the time of construction plan approval. For the 312 West Main Street, that is a change from R4 to CN Commercial Neighborhood District, a proposed change. The same three binding elements are included with that zoning map amendment. And that will be, just so you guys are aware, a recommendation to the LaGrange City Council for that. For the preliminary development plan, this is for the request of the boutique hotel and event space, and then the separate office space at 312 West Main. Our proposed binding elements for this would be that the approval only applies to the plan presented at the July 28th, 2026 Oldham County Planning Commission public hearing, that there shall be no changes to the plan without review by the Oldham County Planning Commission and Engineers Office, that the plan must comply with all established federal, state, and county ordinances and requirements and comply with all necessary easement restrictions at the time of construction plan approval. A landscape and lighting plan will be required at time of construction plan submittal, and a consolidation plat will be required before construction plan approval. For our waivers, the minimum parking requirements, these two different uses, the office space, three different uses in total, event space, hotel, and office space. In total, the requirement for that was 45 spaces. The existing and requested parking is 15 spaces, so they are asking for a waiver of 30 spaces to complete this project as it is. The proposed binding elements for both those would be that the approval only applies to the plan presented at the July 28th, 2026 Oldham County Planning Commission public hearing. I'm happy to take any questions that you guys might have.
Great, thank you. Mr. Silliman?
Good morning, Jim Silliman, County Engineer. Just a few quick comments. Basically, so this project is less than an acre in land disturbance, and as such, would not require a stormwater quality management and erosion control from our office, from Oldham County, or the KYR 10 permit from the Division of Water, which you hear me speaking about so frequently. The impact on the roads. Trying to roll back to the plan that John had provided. There are no changes to the encroachments or driveways on the either state or city roads that are shown here. So with no permanent changes, there would be no road encroachments required. However, if there are some temporary encroachments required for construction, they would just need to coordinate with the state or the city for those. And then with regard to traffic, based on the unique nature of this project, it was determined that based on the generation of trips that the applicant provided, that a traffic assessment was required, not the full-blown traffic impact study. They did provide that assessment, and it doesn't indicate that they require any improvements to the roadways, which is not unsurprising. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Commissioners, any questions for staff at this point in time?
I have one for Mr. Silliman.
Mr. Allison.
With the change to 15 parking spaces and having an event center, where is it anticipated that the overflow parking will be handled?
So really, that's a good question for the applicant. I will, though, add that in the parking evaluation, we do recognize that on-street parking, and Ryan, correct me if I say this wrong, but on-street parking is not factored into their parking calculations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Hine, currently the zoning is R4 and there is a funeral home on that. Is that a conditional use that's being used, or how is that allowed on the R4?
It's very possibly legal non-conforming. It's been there since the 70s, I believe. So it might predate the current ordinances as they are.
So that would be your thought, is legal non-conforming?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I concur with that too. That's correct.
All right. Commissioners, additional questions? All right. Seeing no other additional questions for the staff, we will move into presentation by the applicant.
Good morning.
If you will state your name and address. For the
Yes,
record.
my name is Hannah Wilson, and my office address is 517 West Ormsby Avenue in Old Louisville. I'm with Adams Land and Wishley PLLC, and I represent the applicant, Mr. Nathan Merrill.
Perfect. If you want to have anybody that will be presenting or speaking today, stand and we'll go ahead and swear them in.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time. I have the pleasure of representing Merrill Construction, my client, Mr. Nathan Merrill, with respect to the Radcliffe Inn on the docket this morning. Mr. Merrill is the owner and the vision behind the project, and because this applicant is a business entity, I'm appearing here as counsel this morning to describe the plan and answer any questions you have. Hopefully, I'll be able to answer them. I want to begin with the sentence that opens the Oldham County 2026 Comprehensive Plan, because it's the mission statement, because I actually think that it could have been written about this very project. It says, "Our mission aims to foster a vibrant and sustainable community that honors our heritage and rural roots while embracing progress, creating a balance between responsible growth and economic vitality while ensuring that the county remains a desirable place to live and work." And I think that's exactly what this application does. It takes one of downtown LaGrange's most recognizable historic buildings, a structure that has sat quietly waiting for its next chapter, and it honors that heritage while breathing a new life and new commerce into the heart of downtown LaGrange. And so this morning, I will tell you what these two properties are, what specifically we are asking for, what could happen if the project does not move forward, which I don't think anybody wants, and why this proposal advances the comprehensive plan more fully than almost any of these parcels could host. So the two properties, okay. 311 West Jefferson Street, that's the 0.563 acre parcel. That's the historic building itself. That's what Mr. Merrill is hoping to turn into a boutique hotel. This is the heart of the project. It's a 1936 model building. It sits on the corner of Jefferson and 4th Avenue. It's a structure that's listed on the National Register of Historic Places. It served, as many of you may know, as a family-owned funeral home for more than 90 years. This parcel will become the Radcliffe Inn. It will be an 11-room, I think our application says 12-room. I want to make that one little note. It's actually going to be 11 rooms due to the constraint of some of the exterior formations of the rooms. But it'll be an 11-room boutique hotel with a lobby and a common entertainment spaces and guest rooms that Mr. Merrill is taking care to restore within the existing historic walls. This parcel is what we're requesting be rezoned from R4 residential district to C2 community business district for a pretty simple and controlling reason. Hotel is not a permitted use in R4, but it is a principally permitted use within the C2 district under the zoning ordinance. C2 is the district that was created for exactly this type of property. The 312 West Main Street property, that's the 0.266 acre property. This is the parcel that makes the project work. So this is the adjoining parcel that fronts Main Street, and it kind of rounds this whole property out. It provides the event and outdoor gathering space and the off-street parking that allow the hotel to function and host weddings, showers, reunions, those corporate gatherings, those types of events that are central to the plan. And because this parcel plays a lighter sort of supporting role and sits closest to the neighborhood, it is proposed to be a CN, so that is commercial neighborhood district rather than a full commercial business zoning. CN is tailor-made for this parcel. Oldham County zoning ordinance states that the very purpose of the CN district is to promote the reuse of structures located in urban areas of Oldham County that have been constructed for mixed commercial and residential use. So it's a gentler neighborhood scale commercial classification, you might say, that steps the intensity down as the site meets the surrounding residential fabric. And we think that blends nicely into the neighborhood between the commercial districts and the residential districts. Why this is important at this time? A little bit of, we know the long history on this building, but I'll give you a little bit of the short history on the building as well. This building has sat for sale since about late 2018. For years, it has been, I would say, underused, kind of a landmark in limbo, if you will. Historic structures just don't wait patiently forever. I have done lots of work with the Kentucky Preservation Society over the years, and I know how important it is to preserve our historic buildings. Left vacant, a building of this age is going to face deferred maintenance and, aging mechanical and electrical systems, a slow decline if we don't do something with it. And that's really the gusto behind this project, is to turn something that once was really fantastic into something that can be fantastic again and live into posterity with downtown LaGrange. Part of what Mr. Merrill's plan does is overhaul some of those systems, some of those mechanical systems, which hopefully would meaningfully reduce fire risk and those types of things as well. When Oldham County adopted its comprehensive plan, I think this is precisely the kind of property that it had in mind. That plan speaks directly of using vacant, bypassed, or underutilized land, that's objective LU 1-4, and maintaining and using existing community facilities when appropriate, that's CF 1-1. We have a cherished but idle historic building on one of the busiest corners in downtown. I think that's a textbook case for why the comprehensive plan was put into place. So the question before us is not, is this property going to change? It is. The question is whether it changes into a restored, tax-generating, tourism-driving anchor of downtown, or whether it falls into some sort of decline because it gets underused or used in a different way. And so I think this project is the answer that the comprehensive plan was written to encourage. What we are asking for specifically, as Mr. Hine went over, we're asking for a zoning map amendment for both 311 West Jefferson and 312 West Main Street, approval of the accompanying development plan, which I have some folks here who are smarter than me who can answer questions about that if you have them, and then the 2 waivers for off-street parking requirements. We are not requesting any variances. And to keep the record current, I did tell you it's now 11 rooms instead of 12. We, I believe, did already notify the commission of that change in an email. It does not alter the parking analysis or anything else in the application, and the event hall capacity remains at 160 persons. So there's just that one change. I want to talk a little bit about the comprehensive plan and just kind of go objective by objective through it and let you know my thoughts on how I think this furthers the objectives of that plan. First thing, just on the vision and the mission of the plan. Beyond the mission statement I opened with, the plan's vision expressly commits the county to being connected through the preservation and promotion of historic areas with needed commercial development located in commercial corridors specifically, and area of least impact to residences. An adaptive reuse in an established downtown commercial district rather than new construction that is pushing into open land or quiet neighborhoods is the least impactful commercial location imaginable. It is already here, and we're not trying to encroach on anybody's in anybody's residential areas. When the county asked residents what land use priorities to focus on, encouraging mixed-use development and expanding commercial opportunity were among the priorities that were named, and this project delivers both. In terms of planned and orderly growth on land that's already served, this project, again, reinvests in a property that is already served by roads, water, sewer, electric, and public safety, directing to land with existing capacity rather than expanding outward. So we already have all of our essential services on this property. That is the core of Goal LU1 and Objective LU1-4, to encourage development in areas with existing resources and capacity and infrastructure. It is compatible infill style development. It's squarely within the Objective LU1-1, and it reflects the plan zone action item to encourage infill developments to reduce economic and environmental costs. In terms of historic and cultural preservation, this is a big part of this project, so you'll have to forgive me if I've said this a few times now, but this is a preservation project at its heart. This, again, is a National Historic Register building. So instead of replacing it or going somewhere else in another county or out in the county and building something different, we are directly serving Goal LU-4, protect the character and historic and culturally important structures within Oldham County, and LU-4-1, which is to promote development compatible with existing historical and cultural character. And we are at the heart of that with this project. This project also aligns, from what I know, with LaGrange's Main Street program and the city's certified local government status in support of preserving a historically significant building. And it also fits the recently established downtown entertainment district. In terms of jobs, tax base, and business retention, those are goals LU3, ED1, ED2, and ED3. The Radcliffe Inn would create hospitality and event jobs for downtown and diversify the county's revenue through property assessments in transient room sales, insurance, and occupational taxes. That advances goals LU3 and LU3-1 and 3-2 to expand employment and ensure adequate commercial land uses are available. Also, goal ED1, to diversify the property tax by attracting commercial development in appropriate areas. We think this is an appropriate area. It also furthers goal ED2 to enhance the quality of life through investment in projects that promote health, wellness, beauty, and history. And ED3's aim of private sector reinvestment in existing infrastructure. Notably, the plan's own future land use narrative ties into its commercial category directly to objectives LU3-1, 3-2, ED1-1, and ED2-1. And those are the very objectives that this rezoning serves. In terms of tourism, what better way to promote tourism than a boutique historical hotel? If the commission reads only one part of the plan alongside this application, please let it be the tourism element, because the fit is remarkable. Objective TO1-1 expressly calls for the development of new accommodations and unique event spaces and creative heritage experiences that set Oldham County apart. The Radcliffe Inn is precisely a new accommodation and a unique heritage event space. This project advances TO1-2 to support small businesses and build a countywide sense of place, and TO2-1, a uniquely authentic, desirable destination that preserves local identity, and objective TO2-2 to leverage the county's proximity to Louisville, including Bourbon Trail visitors, as a competitive advantage. In terms of housing variety, mixed use, and walkability, this plan also promotes a balanced mix of uses and the walkable mixed use activity the community said that it wants. LU2-1 encourages mixed use options that reduce traffic, encourage walkability, and locate homes, retail, and employment within easy commuting distance. And Objective 2-2 promotes connectivity and walkability. This project is deliberately designed for that outcome. That is one of the big goals, is to have people come stay here and be able to walk to other small businesses in the area in downtown LaGrange. It sits within walking distance of main streets, shops, and restaurants, and by design, it does not offer in-room kitchens, because we're trying to force people out of their rooms to go enjoy some of the local fare. that is pedestrian first, spend local design on purpose. And it also supports Goal T2's emphasis on multimodal pedestrian linkages between amenities. In terms of transportation and traffic, you got a little bit about the traffic assessment study that was performed. Doesn't look like we're going to have to tear up Main Street in order to make this happen. Good news. This development plan does promote on-site circulation and parking layout on a corner that has functioned as a place of assembly for decades. This was a funeral home for over 90 years. Folks coming in and out, we've been able to make it work thus far. We think we'll be able to make it work now. The applicant, did commission a traffic assessment for the Jefferson Street and 4th Avenue intersection specifically, and it shows nothing more than modest peak hour volumes, well below the thresholds in the plan and ordinance that would trigger a full impact analysis. That's consistent with Goal T1 and Objective T11's focus on safe, efficient use of existing corridors and the T15's traffic analysis framework. So in short, the transportation impacts of the inn are modest and manageable, to say the very least, and the plan improves the site over its current condition. In terms of community, culture, and lifelong learning, this adaptive reuse of an existing landmark serves CF1-1 that says to maintain and use existing community facilities where appropriate. It also creates the kind of community partnerships that the plan encourages under CF3-1, which asks commercial developments to partner with the community to create educational and cultural opportunities. And I'm excited for my client to get to tell you about what he envisions in terms of those opportunities for folks here in LaGrange. The plan includes a rotating gallery showcasing and selling the work of local artists and a public art installation. So I won't bury the lead totally, but Nathan can tell you more about that. And in providing outdoor gathering space and a venue for community events, it echoes the community and visitor attraction aims reflected in Goal CF4. And lastly, on the comprehensive plan, the plan asks that the site development minimize noise and lighting impacts to and from adjacent uses. That's Goal E-2. This is an infill reuse on already developed land, again, with no disturbance of sensitive natural features. And the applicant is mindful that this is an event space that holds 160 persons. So we are absolutely mindful of how we are going to manage event noise and lighting in a responsible way, a point that I'll can return to later or let Nathan talk more about if you all have questions. The mechanical overhaul also improves the building's energy efficiency in terms of updating all of the systems and those types of things. So taken together, the existing R4 residential zoning is simply the wrong classification for this downtown landmark, even if it wasn't being turned into a hotel. This is operated as a funeral home. R4 is just not an appropriate classification under the zoning ordinances. The requested C2 and CN classifications comport with and actively advance the comprehensive plan along all of these lines that I've just talked about: land use, preservation, economic impact, tourism, housing, mixed-use development, transportation, community, and environmental goals. It is worth, I think, being candid about what these parcels are already zoned to allow, because in a sense, the real choice for the commission is not this project versus an empty lot. Both parcels are currently zoned R4, which the Oldham County zoning ordinance describes as higher density residential district, permitting multifamily developments at densities up to 16 units per acre. Mr. Merrill could, as a matter of right, pursue apartments on this land tomorrow without appearing before the commission at all. But considering what that alternative would and would not do, it would not preserve necessarily or celebrate that historic building because of the way that you would have to make renovations to the inside and to the rooms. It would not bring visitors and their spending into downtown. It would not generate the kind of transient room and event revenue that we talked about earlier, and it would not support Main Street merchants the way overnight guests do. It also might not relieve any concern that a neighbor might have about activity on the block. If anything, it would potentially deepen those concerns. A full apartment building would generate parking demand as great or probably greater than that of this hotel and event center. And rather than be concentrated around occasional events, it would be an all-the-time thing. So just to give you an idea of what would happen if it weren't approved to be commercial, what could we do with this property as it is? I don't know that it would alleviate any of the potential concerns in the community or advance the comprehensive plan's goals in any meaningful way. I think it would potentially take a step back. In terms of services and timing, I already talked about that a little bit, but just want to reiterate every utility and public service that this project needs is already in place. It's all already there. And because, again, this is an adaptive reuse of a developed site, we're relying on existing infrastructure. So we're not trying to create any undue or additional demand on public services. And if the commission recommends approval, the applicant anticipates beginning renovation knowing my client as soon as possible, but within 3 months. And one thing I'll say about my client as well, this is not some out of town big corporation coming in to start a business in downtown LaGrange. Nathan has been around this community for a long time. He lives in this community. He has engaged in several projects around Oldham County, and if my word's worth anything, a testament to his good work and his dedication to preserving historic buildings and giving back to this community. So in closing, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. I think this is a sort of rare opportunity where an application where the community's plan and the applicant's dream, in my view, based on the pages and pages of this plan that I have read, all are pointing in the same direction. We very much appreciate your time and consideration of the application. I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Wonderful. We'll come back to questions. Do you have anyone else that wants to speak?
Yeah, I'm going to introduce my client, Mr. Nathan Merrill, to
Great,
give his
thank you.
presentation.
Okay. Tech. Well, we're working on your tech. If you will state your name and address for the record.
My name is Nathan Merrill, 4705 Sadler's Mill Road. Great. Thank you, John. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Attorney Baxter, my name is Nathan Merrill. I'm here to present the Radcliffe Inn. My attorney, Hannah Wilson, has done a great job of laying the foundation, the legal basis, if you will, as relates to the Oldham County Comprehensive Plan. I want to talk to you about the business. I want to talk to you about what our friends, what our family members, and what our traveling guests can come to expect when they step foot through the door of the Radcliffe Inn. Now, the Radcliffe Inn is an 11-room, 12-bed boutique hotel. And in addition to the hotel, we seek to build a new construction event space off to the east side. Now, this event space shall accommodate 160 persons. It shall be conditioned, ultimately allowing us the opportunity to provide for events on a year-round basis. This project is an excellent example of adaptive reuse of an existing historic 1936 structure. The existing floor plan already conforms to hotel use with minimal structural work needed. It keeps intact the central corridor both on the first and the second floors. This project supports the Main Street program, aligning with a certified local government in support of the preservation of an historically significant building within our community. The renovation of this project shall include a full overhaul of mechanicals. This overhaul shall significantly reduce risk of fire by electrical arcing while providing for higher energy efficiency of the individual systems. This project provides the opportunity to expand downtown LaGrange with a recently passed Entertainment District Center in June of 2025. We seek to transform the experience our traveling guests have when visiting LaGrange, with placing an emphasis on comfort, elegance, and shopping local. And of course, in addition to this, we also seek to build on a family's history of single ownership of more than 90 years. And what we know is that this property has continuously operated as a funeral mortuary business since 1936. And of course, we also know that it's been on the market since late 2018, almost 8 full years. Now, let's talk about what makes the Radcliffe Inn unique. The Radcliffe Inn shall host 11 guest rooms. It will provide 11 individual themes, ultimately allowing our guests to stay 11 different nights and have 11 different experiences. The dark academia and traditionalist design elements provide a level of elegance and sophistication unmatched by any other hotel or short-term stay in the area. This project shall be a hybrid of sorts between an Airbnb and hotel model. We will not provide for a staff desk. Instead, it will be an invisible front desk model. This will allow our guests the opportunity to be welcomed by a player piano, playing classical music on rotation upon arrival. Of course, guests to the Radcliffe Inn shall be provided a mint on their pillow upon arrival. You can stay at the most glamorous and most beautiful hotels this world has to offer, but you will always remember the place that you received a mint on your pillow. Of course, this project also provides for event space, both corporate and private party functions, against a highly recognizable historic backdrop for our city. This project will provide for entertainment space for guests both inside and outside, a murder mystery dinner event for residing guests of a particular evening, rotating gallery for local artists to display their works and sell them. The Radcliffe Inn shall install an original hand-painted Gallapalooza statue, which shall serve as a key marker in our town, generating interest beyond the hotel's daily operations. This project will support directly and indirectly other local businesses with and without brick-and-mortar locations. This business has needs, and we will seek to fulfill those needs where possible with the existing Main Street merchant community. And where we can't, we are certainly going to promote their business and their brand. Now, what we know is that there are 5 hotels that operate in all of LaGrange. And of course, we also know that it's the only 5 hotels that operate in all of Oldham County. But that's not enough. None of those 5 hotels are within safe passage to downtown Main Street. We seek to change this. Now, the advantages of the Radcliffe Inn can be summed up in 2 categories, economic and social. On the economic side, it provides for expanded tax base through property assessments, transient tax, sales tax, insurance tax, and occupational tax. It supports tourism through transient stays. Generates interest from individuals of neighboring counties through events that may otherwise not visit. Provides feet in the streets, supporting other local Main Street merchants. Provides for higher property values to the neighboring residents and businesses alike. A place to grow local businesses like an incubator, similar to what Springs Park has done with the farmers market. And on the social side, it provides space for gathering for community events. Common spaces in the hotel are designed to bring together guests that would otherwise ordinarily be strangers and instead foster growth by encouraging interaction and communication, ultimately creating a community within a community. The revolving gallery works to provide a sense of community involvement while supporting the local art community. Of course, this project aligns with Section 5, the environment, the Oldham County Comprehensive Plan, delivering on a higher perceived and perceptual quality of life. Now, one of the things that did come up in our neighborhood meeting when we had it was parking. And parking is certainly not anything new to this room, and this is not any different. This particular project is not any different. And what we also need to understand is that the business that was operating in this facility for almost 90 years left in 2020. They did so because they didn't close. They didn't do so because they closed down shop. They didn't close their doors and file bankruptcy. They simply outgrew the facility that they were in. They moved a half a mile down the street and are currently located on the exact same street that this facility is. Now, this map identifies different public parking areas, both on-street and lot facilities. What we know is that there are at least 395 at least 395 spaces west of Highway 53. And that does provide a slight discount to fiscal court because, as we know, government has a lot of vehicles they park in this lot. This hotel retains enough parking for daily 7-day-a-week operations. We are only seeking a waiver for 30 parking spaces needed to satisfy the events, to satisfy the requirements as set forth by Planning and Development Services. And the traffic assessment is, before you states in part, there will be minimal impact to the existing highway network. No potential problems were identified during the assessment. Therefore, no mitigation for roadway capacity is necessary because of this development. Now, as a contractor, it does take me around this county and subsequent surrounding counties as well. I have spent a significant amount more time in downtown LaGrange over the last few months, sometimes 4 or 5 hours at a time. And I started taking note of the different traffic situations that exist as relates to the last slide, the highlighted areas. This particular slide was, these pictures were taken on April 22nd at 12:15 in the afternoon. May 6th, 12:30 in the afternoon. June 1st, 10:50 in the morning. And June 9th, 9:30 in the morning, a particularly rainy day. It also was a day that fiscal court was in session. Now, what we know is we're not here looking to reinvent the wheel. What we know is that there are currently 5 existing event facilities that offer and advertise their services. They're highlighted in red, and the Radcliffe Inn is highlighted in blue. What we know, too, is that only one of those 5 facilities actually offers enough parking for their patrons to attend. This particular slide identifies different businesses on Jefferson Street between 1st and 5th Avenues. Now, of course, we're picking up City Hall, we're picking up the courthouse and fiscal court, and then there's also a couple other businesses that operate explicitly as a business. But there are a few residences, structures here that operate both as a business and the individual lives in the structure as well. There are only 3 parcels on this street between 1st and 5th Avenue that operate as residential. One of the 3 is vacant land. So I would actually consider this a business corridor. Of course, Mr. Hine has already explained to you the future land use map. It identifies this particular parcel as being zoned commercial for future use. Now, one of the other things that came up in our neighborhood meeting revolved around lighting. And to be clear, we're no different from any other commercial business that seeks to establish itself in Oldham County. We will be required to follow the guidelines that are set forth by Planning and Development Services. If we don't, we won't get the building permit. And so we will comply with any lighting plans, lighting requirements that are on the books with Development Services. What we're looking to do specifically in terms of the lighting is highlight the features of this building. We want to showcase it. It's a beautiful building. It needs to be showcased. We're also, in addition to that, required to provide for emergency exit lighting as required by building code, and that's what we'll do. What we also understand is that study after study indicate that enhanced illumination provide measurable benefits to public safety. Simply put, a lit property deters crime. Now, as important as the business is to this map amendment, as the 2 are tied, it is also my belief that is as important that you understand the individual that seeks to take on such an ambitious project. And in 20 years of doing trade work, whether it's commercial with steel erection to roof panel and wall metals and more concrete than I care to really even acknowledge, to residential, from anything from demo to finished paint. Examples of my work can be found throughout this county and surrounding counties alike. 3 such examples exist in downtown LaGrange. 2 of the 3 exist in the historic district. This particular one, 313 East Main Street. Some of you may remember this property having been lifted 2 feet in the air. (102) North Fifth Avenue. This is an example of an American Foursquare built in 1911. This particular property still retains some of the characteristics and details that make it what it is. Some good, some not so good. You know, it does still incorporate balloon framing around the exterior perimeter of the building envelope, but the hardwood floor is, the finished hardwood floor is nailed directly to the floor joists. My mother actually sanded down the entire millwork on the inside of this foyer and restained it. It really looks beautiful when you walk in. And of course, we took the kitchen out of the addition portion of this building, moved it to the historic portion, and gave it the wow factor. And of course, last but not least, 107 North 6th Avenue, slightly outside of the historic district, but only by a short property line. This particular property is a very fine example of Tudor architecture, built in 1938. Much of the original millwork is still intact in this property. However, it does not pertain to the dining room and the family room pictured. That particular millwork was recreated with the Tudor style in mind. Take particular note of the landscape lighting outside, as this is kind of what we have in mind for the Hetty Radcliffe Funeral Home. What we seek to do with Hetty Radcliffe Funeral Home is reinvent and reimagine for future generations. Transform a space long used for mourning into a place of celebrations and new beginnings. We're seeking to build on what Springs Park has provided for this community through the farmers market. This project does 6 things. It drives business growth through the events. It increases a multitude of tax bases. Supports tourism through transient stays. It supports the arts with music and dance and theater, with the murder mystery and the visual arts. It supports community engagement. And of course, above all, it supports the Main Street community, merchants, because at the Radcliffe Inn, we believe a rising tide lifts all boats. Madam Chair, members of the commission, Attorney Baxter, thank you again for allowing us to speak before you today.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to present in favor of the applicant? Anyone that's here with us today wish to speak in favor? Yes. And once you come up, if you will state your name and address for the record and then be sworn in.
Hello, my name's Donna Saba. I'm the Executive Director of LaGrange Tourism, 309 West Jefferson, or Main Street, Main Street, LaGrange, Kentucky.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I just want to read a statement today. My heart's heavy today with everything that's gone on in the city, but I just want to let you know that
You'll get real close.
right here. Is that better?
Yeah.
I just want to let you know that a new hotel is more than a place for visitors. It's an investment in our community. It supports tourism, which I'm proud to represent here in the city of LaGrange. It encourages visitors to shop and dine at our business in downtown LaGrange. And it generates additional tax revenue for our city, which we can put back into our city services. This project showcases everything that we need in LaGrange, And I think it would be in our best interest to approve this plan for downtown LaGrange. And I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of the applicant? Seeing none, is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition of the applicant? And if you will state your name and address, and
Hi.
then we'll swear you in as well.
Okay, my name is Joe Pierce. I live at 312 West Jefferson, right across the street from the proposed development. Okay. You ready?
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, appreciate the chance to talk to you guys. First, I want to say, I am not opposed to this development. When I first heard of it, and I talked to our dearly departed mayor about it, I thought this is a terrific use for this property. You know, it's great. I live right across the street, and I want the best for that property. The concern I have is the waiver request for parking, okay? So we're asking to give a 30-space request for a waiver. And they've said it, you know, it's only 30 spaces. Doesn't sound like a lot. But when you consider that there's going to be 160 people there at an event, and the documentation that they've submitted says that legally they're required to have 45 spaces on the property. They're asking to only have 15. What they do not talk about is that in their own plan, the maximum amount of spaces that their plan says on the blueprint is 94. So if you think about 160 people coming forward to a car, you're going to need, you know, 40 spaces just for that. The parking spaces just do not exist to host 160 people in our neighborhood safely. All of the spaces in front of my home, in front of my neighbor's home, on both sides are no parking spots. They're marked on parking. When Oldham County Day happens, people park in those things illegally. They parked right on the street on 4th Street on the pavement last week during Oldham County Day. And all it takes is one person to pull it. When folks show up for a wedding, they're going to park wherever they can. They're going to park on the street. They're going to park in my grass. They're going to park in anywhere they can. So all I ask is that they would do something other than say, we just have 15 spaces. That's all we're going to have. And that's going to be okay because it's really not. So there are options in the area. There's other properties that they could buy a couple blocks down that are empty that they could put a parking lot in. There are neighbors on my street that have businesses that have large lots behind their property that they would probably be willing to rent spaces in. But if we just turn 160 people loose, you know, a couple times a week, if the business is successful, and I assume that it will be, it's going to be Oldham County Day out there every week, in the evenings and on the weekends. And by the way, during a time when code enforcement does not enforce parking regulations. There's no one out there to tell these people to move. So if they block in driveways or if they're parked illegally on the street, the police aren't going to enforce that. And code enforcement is not active. So with that said, I do support the facility. I hope that it moves forward. I think that you guys need to give a lot of consideration to whether or not it's appropriate to allow them to cram 160 people into 15 parking spaces. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to ask questions or in opposition? All right, commissioners, we're going to now open up the floor for questions by the commission. Clarifications? All right, Mr. Hampton, we'll start there.
I'd like the developer to come up, please. Maybe I'm not seeing something here, but I don't see any, I see your blueprint, but I don't see any renderings of what anything's going to look like.
Look like what the building, the parking, what are you referring to specifically? The addition?
Yes. I mean, we don't know what it's going to look like.
Well, the addition was approved by the historic district, okay? And I believe that even planning and development may have that rendering. I could pull it up on my computer real quick, and I can show you, but it's just not something I have right now. I can grab it for you, definitely. It was approved by the Historic District Commission, though.
Not that I don't take your word, but I can't, in my head, just come up with how it's going to look.
Let me grab it for you.
I'd like to see the addition and the event space.
The floor plan of the event space?
Do you have any renderings of what it's going to look like?
We do. We do.
Yes, I would like to see that.
Okay, and then the floor plan of the event space is actually on the site plan, too.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I want to see what the exterior, all of the exteriors are going to look like.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
We'll come back while he's loading that. Yes, Ms. Thompson.
Okay, I'm not sure who this question is, but maybe to put the parking into perspective. What was the capacity of the funeral home when it was a funeral home? And how many, because they didn't have adequate parking either. Do you know, I mean, at a busy funeral, how many people would be there?
We're not sure exactly how many parking spaces the funeral home had. These are the previous owners, and they had 20? There were 20 spaces
Okay, so
in
they
the
had
parking
20
lot.
parking spaces, but what was the capacity? I mean, how many people could come to a funeral there?
Would they like to step up and? Would they like to step up to the mic, though, so that can be on record, or?
I won't make them stand up. They said it was well over 100, but we don't know exactly what the funeral home capacity was.
Okay, thank you.
Just for the purposes of the record, ma'am, could you come up and say your name and be sworn, because this is an issue in the case and we want to make sure the record is complete.
My name is Lucy Radcliffe Ricketts, and I grew up in that building.
And can we get you sworn in?
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I know that it was way over 100. I know many a time the place would be really full. A lot of the time, the parking did take up around the block, and sometimes even went down past Main Street to Fifth. It depended upon visitation for the deceased and the family. In fact, when my great-grandfather built the building in 1936, and there was no parking other than on the street. And then in the 70s, when the Ellis family was selling the house behind the funeral home, did purchase that and made the parking lot. And he used the whole backyard for the parking lot, retaining the historic house that's on that lot. That would help some, but he knew the restraints that were available for the parking lot.
And were there any complaints from the neighbors when there would be a busy
I don't
funeral,
really
or-
know. Everyone just kind of assumed, well, they have a funeral and they have a lot of people and it's just they're going to be there. It was always just temporary. That it wasn't, it was just a minor inconvenience, I think. Of course, no one ever said anything directly to me. I don't know. I can't speak for what my father heard and stuff, but people usually didn't have a big complaint.
Thank you.
Any other questions while she's up here by the commissioners? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're watching for it to come up.
We're not building that. Hang on.
I was going to say that looks great.
Sorry. John, it's not transferring. I don't know. There was an internet up here too. Maybe that, let me close this down. Maybe that's the problem. Let's try. Oh, that's not. You know how to do it?
That should have done it. I don't know.
Let me try to reload it. Sorry, I'm a carpenter. I'm not. Let me try to go back to it. Well, now I got to pull it back up here.
Well, he's working on that. Any other questions by the commission?
Can I ask?
Okay. Are you ready? Okay, perfect. Okay, we'll go to overhead. All right. One more track.
I can pass it around. It's not a very good picture of it.
We'll give it a shot so we can all see it. Back to the overhead.
Can you describe that? What?
Right. So, obviously, the large building is the historic portion. The event center is off to the side. A one-story structure, 12-foot wall height, hip roof to mimic the existing structure. The way this is configured is to provide for a courtyard between the two. So it provides for that entertainment space between the two facilities. There actually is a portion of that event structure in the back that does return into the historic structure. Now, it is not an attached structure, it is still independent, but that portion that returns back to the existing structure will house our bathrooms and our catering spaces.
And do you have a picture of that?
Yes. I have to pull it up, though. It may actually be on your site plan. The floor plan might be on your site plan.
Okay. Well, is that just the blueprint, or is that the?
Well, yes, in essence. Look at your site plan. I think it actually does detail the, I don't know. I'd have to look at it. But let me sit down and I'll pull it up for you, okay?
Okay. Sorry.
Show the footprint, Mr. Hampton. It has a footprint. I don't know that it doesn't really show what the interior design is, but it's got a footprint of the building.
Is that on the blueprint?
It's got a footprint on the drawing of how the building will be situated on the property.
That's on this.
That is on your site plan, yes.
Okay, but it didn't show me what it looks like.
I don't think so, no.
Sorry. I mean, I just have a hard time voting for something. I can't tell what it looks like. Sorry.
Over that, while that's in process, Mr. Marsh, did you have a question? Okay.
We were supplied with a document that on March 30th, your neighbor to the east had questions about the lot lines and how you were going to work that out. Has there been any progress there? I don't see in this site plan. It looks
So
like it might
I'll
have been a
speak to
distance.
that for just a moment. It was Mr. Lawson, yes, to the left side, to the east side. Originally, when we had presented this project at the neighborhood meeting, our event center was encroaching to the extent that we didn't meet our setback requirement. And after a pretty long conversation with Mr. Lawson, a very cordial conversation at that, we decided to shrink the event space and pull that space out of the bathrooms and the caterer space there in the back, basically accommodating instead of 7 foot of side yard setback, I think we're up to about 10 foot. So we don't actually need the variance for that.
Excellent. That's what I saw. Thank you.
And then I see you were able to pull up the interior blueprint.
Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't know if you had any more questions. Do you see it?
Yes, I see that. And I guess I'm just going to have to give up. It doesn't show me what it looks like, a rendering of what it looks like.
We do not have an interior rendering, if that's what you're looking for.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Mrs. Kraus, do I see?
Yes, I have a question on the parking, and I know the pictures that you showed of people parking on the street, that was very early in the morning up to lunchtime. I don't know, people that live in that area, where they park. Do they park on the streets? Do they park in garages that I just don't see? But were there any pictures taken of what it looks like in the evening? Because I assume the event space, other than businesses, may be using it for some kind of...
To address that a little bit, there was not any specific time or date that was picked. It was just happened to be a time when I was in town. By the way, it was also a time that I was in town for maybe 4 or 5 hours at a time. I did not take any pictures in the evening, but we know that there's less vehicles being used in a lot of the spots in the evening because obviously work doesn't exist, right? Fiscal court's out of session, courthouse is out of session, city hall's out of session, and so I would suggest that probably there's more parking spots available in the evening time. Now, that of course is dependent upon what may be going on in downtown LaGrange at a given time, and certainly maybe City Place has an event going on as well. But I would suggest that probably there are more spaces that are available in the evening time.
Commissioners? Yes.
Could we just see the image of the overflow pedestrian parking? The off-site parking? There was a image where it had like red squares where public parking was available.
On the lot? Or
off of the lot.
Off of the lot.
Because you're assuming that we're going to be using a lot of off-lot parking. So there was an image that showed parking at some of the parks and other places around.
I got you. Okay.
Are those of us out here allowed to ask a question?
So we did have that moment. We will have an opportunity. So.
I'll try it again. I do have it on thumb drive. I can put it on the computer.
Tom hasn't come out yet.
Is this the slide you're referring to?
Yeah, that's the slide. So there are large parking lots indicated on this. Who's using those now?
Well, they're public parking. The only one that I'm aware of that's privately held to a certain extent is the City Place parking lot there in the bottom portion just across from City Place. But the city does have an agreement with City Place to utilize that space when they are not.
Mr. Hayes, any other
Oh,
questions?
sorry, no.
Okay.
The parking situation is going to be very, I'm curious has anybody done any work to look at like pedestrian traffic? Because you've got people walking multiple blocks.
Well, it wasn't a requirement as part of the city engineer's office. I'll let him speak to that. I guess no.
Okay.
Commissioners, Ms. Kraus.
So have you talked to any businesses that are in this area to see if you could use their parking lot in the evening when you have events going on? Or, is there any kind of plans that you've had or?
Yeah, there's not been any communication as far as businesses in the area to use the parking. I will say I did not reach out to the businesses across the street from Jefferson. To be honest with you, I would maybe suggest that our better plan of attack on the parking would be to provide a small shuttle to and from, say, the lot on 2nd Street. I don't know that it's advantageous to put guests behind other people's properties. I would prefer not to do that.
Right, and they're also at night walking around and all that kind of thing. So you are considering a shuttle?
It is absolutely, and it has a little bit to do with the parking situation that exists in downtown LaGrange as relates to the location of this particular property. But it has a lot more to do also with just weather. You know, we don't want our guests walking to this facility in the rain. And so this particular property does offer a portico off to the side, allowing that opportunity for our guests to exit their vehicle outside of the weather conditions that may exist, take one person in the vehicle out to a parking lot, and we can go pick them up at that point.
Okay, yeah, that would be a better consumer experience for sure.
All right. Ms. Krause. Commissioners? Yes.
This is a question either for Mr. Fisher or Mr. Silliman. Just curious, this will have to go to the LaGrange City Council, as I understand it, for their approval after our approval, assuming it's approved both from a zoning and from a primary site development plan. Has there been any preliminary conversations with any officials within LaGrange about the parking issue? I hate to fixate on that, but there's a lot of concern about it, and I just wondered if we've talked to LaGrange about it.
So I'll explain from a county engineer standpoint, we're looking more at the road improvements, and that's why we have the traffic assessment. And of course, like I said earlier, it indicated, and we agree that there are no improvements required to the infrastructure on the roadways. The pedestrian situation is different and separate from that. We don't have any specific ordinances that I'm aware of that require that level of investigation. So no, I've not had any in-depth conversations about that. I mean, we observe that there are, in this more urban area, there are sidewalks, so there's certainly more ability to make that trek. If you wanted to park at the DeHaven parking lot and go over to this location, there's the ability to do it. As far as the use of the parking, no, I haven't had those discussions. I don't know if the Planning and Development Office has.
So we understand that there's going to be a parking concern, and literally every business in downtown LaGrange, this is the exact same concern. The difference is Mr. Merrill is bringing a zoning change before you all to change the use of what's existing. There's other businesses in the area, and there's one right across the street, a thrift store that just recently opened. It didn't require a zoning change, and it didn't require anything to come before you all. But parking, since it's opened, due to its success, has added increased parking concerns just around this area. And I can only speak to that because I park down here every single day. And there's a lot of traffic on that street because of that, but that didn't have to come before you. Whether it's a restaurant, whether it's a thrift store, whether it's an event space in a boutique hotel, there's a parking concern at everything down here. If you look at a restaurant on Main Street, it doesn't have parking for its business. Parking is on the street. The only conversations I've had with the city are in regard to street parking, and that's street parking is available to anybody. There is no street parking, according to their code enforcement officer, that is dedicated for any sort of residential use whatsoever. So any of the street parking that Mr. Merrill noted on his thing is open to the public to park there at any given time. In addition to the parking lots that he noted, and I'm thinking that a lot of his events would be at night, which once again, fiscal court is out unless there happens to be a night meeting of some sort, which there aren't very many of those. A lot of the courthouse parking. We've had a lot of internal conversations just at parking in general with the courthouse opening. And we've continued to look for spaces to be able to purchase property, to look at additional parking for mainly courthouse traffic during the day. But this is something that we see with every single business that comes to downtown LaGrange, whether it's a small restaurant or a hotel or a thrift store. It's going to happen in every single one of these buildings. So I understand they're asking for a waiver in that respect. And they're here to do that because they're changing the use of that building.
Thank you. Commissioners, additional
Chairman.
questions? Yes.
I would like to restate something just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. The graphic we have up there right now, you do not have highlighted your 15 spaces in between the buildings, the offices, and such. Is that correct?
I believe John Hine actually had a better representation of that. Maybe, would you like to pull that up?
Well, just looking at it, and from what I'm seeing right here, the parking lot in between the two, where you have the red is your building highlighted, there is a parking lot, according to your drawing, that has 15 parking lots for the hotel.
Yes.
Okay.
There's actually 17 or 18 in that configuration. I think, but the two of them have been divided off to 312 Main Street.
Okay.
So it does provide us 15.
And we've been talking about events. And so you're highlighting in this graphic events where if you had a wedding or some type of thing at this venue and you were using the new building on the side, people would have to walk a block and a half to get to your facility. That's what we're...
Right, yes.
And that is public parking there, right there, West Main Street, that's used for farmers market and such. That would probably be the largest, closest than the street parking.
Yes, you're right. Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Fisher.
Yes, I have two questions. The first, I just want to confirm that the only waivers we're looking at are for the parking. So the plans show a perimeter landscape buffer area width waiver. I just want to make sure for everybody's knowledge that that is not being asked for today, correct?
That's correct. When that was initially proposed, the use next door was not identified as commercial. With our landscape regulations, it goes by land use as opposed to zoning district. With that being commercially used adjacent to that, that does not require the same buffer space that would be required for residential.
Okay, the second question would be for the applicant, and that is, I believe you said your proposed event space has a capacity of 160, I believe is what you mentioned. I just want to ask on whether or not that is going to be capped at 160, because I do see your event space layout is tables and chairs. knowing that capacity is different based on what you can have as far as tables and chairs, or if you have, take all the tables out and you can have a certain amount of capacity, or if you just have road chairs, is that going to be the maximum capacity, or is that just based on the layout that you have with the tables and chairs?
Inside of the events space, and I will say this is not necessarily my expertise, and I do have the architect here if you'd like to ask her a few questions. But inside of the event space, the capacity is 160. That is our limit. It is what we'll be required to adhere to when adhering to fire concerns. As far as additional capacity, look, we just had Oldham County Day. I don't think that it's out of the question that we may entertain additional people on certain days that the city has events. And this could be Oldham County Day, this could be Chocolate Crawl, this could be Light Up LaGrange. I think all of our businesses in downtown LaGrange exceed capacity on certain days. As far as the events that we seek to hold, if we're holding an event inside of the event space, we will not be exceeding that 160 persons capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay. At this point, we're going to move into the rebuttal by the applicant. We'll have 10 minutes.
I don't know that we have any rebuttal to anything other than, we're trying to be a good neighbor here. We had 2 neighborhood meetings. We entertained questions. Nathan has had conversations with neighbors on both sides to talk about, how can we accommodate you while you accommodate us. I appreciate everybody who spoke today. I think, this building operated for 90 years. And, as the family member stated, it was just kind of known in the community, like this is going to be a temporary thing and they'll have the funeral and it'll be over. And I think it's largely going to be the same thing with this is, there may be a lunch during the day or there may be an event at night and everybody will move out and things will go back to normal. And so this is as an occasional sort of use other than the hotel. But in terms of the event center is just an occasional use. I think with what we've seen, I'll just reiterate again that I think this is perfectly in line with the comprehensive plan. Largely, the immediate community around this property seems to be in support of it. And if you all don't have any other questions, I think that's all from us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have 10 minutes for rebuttal or cross-examination by opposition.
There was another member of the public that wanted to speak. Are we?
The lady in pink.
Pardon?
I said there was another member of the public that wanted to speak, but I know that time's passed, but I didn't know if what's allowed.
Sir, you didn't get up before, so you're not sworn. Are you going to make a statement or are you going to ask a question?
A statement.
Well, it would have been appropriate for you to have done that when it was going on before.
It was brought up because of the map that he put up.
Okay, you need to get your name, please,
Sorry,
and you also need to be sworn in, name and address.
I'm Rod Spees. I live on 202 North 4th Avenue.
And if you'll come really close to the microphone and do your name one more time.
I'm sorry, I'm Rod Spees. I live on 202 North 4th Avenue.
Thank you. And then if you'll raise your right hand, and she will swear you in 1 moment.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Looking at the map that he's put up here, the markings on Jefferson Street is a little misleading. Most of the perpendicular streets like 3rd, 4th, 5th, 2nd all have restricted parking of no parking signs. So looking like at the corner of 4th, it actually goes back almost to the driveway of the second house. That's the restriction there. And then when looking at 3rd, it's restricted on both sides almost to the second driveway. Looking at West Main Street, the restricted parking is you can only park on one side of the road there. The other side is near the train tracks. They allow parking on Sunday on that side of the road, and it's a nightmare to get through there. I also wanted to address if there was any complaints when it was the funeral home. I live on 4th Street. Many times I would come home. The difference between this event place and what the funeral home is that the funeral home would have a one-time significant person passing, and the parking in LaGrange would be terrible. I would come home at 5:30, 6 o'clock, and I would drive all over LaGrange looking for a place to park. And I literally sometimes park in the school, sometimes I'd park in the gas station across the street and have to wait till whenever somebody would move out of my driveway. The parking ordinances in LaGrange, at least not on the main street on Jefferson, but on the residential areas, is that if you have room in your driveway, you have to park in it. If not, you can park on the road. But the rub here is that if there's room, you should be in the driveway. If not, you have to park on the road. But we're not allowed to park on the road. If there's a vacant spot in our driveway, you will get a ticket for that. Unfortunately, that's only Monday through Friday. Oldham County Day is a nightmare. When the funeral home closed, I did a happy dance that it moved down the road because it finally had the parking that it deserved. I'm all for this hotel. This wedding venue, if it's a popular venue, is going to be more than once a year or twice a year. And it will be a nightmare for the residents in LaGrange. Many people right across the street that does have a business already have people blocking their driveways on a daily basis just to get in and out. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Any other rebuttal, opposition, statements? Yeah, I know that time has closed. We are heading into. We are going into final statements. So if you would like to pass that along in the final statements. We'll move into final statements of the opposition first. And seeing none, we're going to move into final statements of the applicant.
I'll just relay some of what was discussed there is, we appreciate that folks don't like people parking in their spaces. I think the solution, though, is not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. The solution would be similar to, I work in Old Louisville in Jefferson County, and one of the things that Old Louisville has done exactly right is that there are mixed commercial uses, and a lot of those are old Victorian homes. And I know we have some very beautiful Victorian era homes in this area around these streets, and so it's kind of a microcosm of the same kind of problem. And what Old Louisville has done is they have created resident-specific parking areas on street where if it is bleeding into a residential area and you have folks who don't have driveways, then that is a resident-only space on the street. That's one thing that Old Louisville has done. I don't know if the county would take that up as an option, but I don't think the solution is to throw the business away because of the parking concerns. I think the solution from my perspective would be to address the parking concerns for those people who, need to get to their house. And if there are folks parking in front of driveways and those kind of things, then I think that comes down to county parking enforcement issues. In terms of what some of the family members said in response to the last statement that was made, Oldham County Days as one day a year, this is not going to be an all the time, everyday issue. It's not as if the business is going to have 160 people there from, 8 o'clock in the morning until 10 o'clock at night every night. So again, thank you very much for your time. If you all have any additional questions, we're happy to answer them, and we appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to close public comment session and open up discussion for commissioners regarding a motion. Any questions for staff?
Madam Chairman, before you do that, can I? So I sent you all a memorandum because we haven't lately had very many zoning map amendments. and I wanted to highlight for you all that there is a couple of different standards going on here, and that you all need to consider the zoning map amendment first, and when giving consideration to that, you have to make a determination of a couple things. You either have to decide that the proposed amendment agrees with the comprehensive plan, or in the alternative, that the existing classification is inappropriate and that the proposed classification is appropriate, or that major unanticipated economic, physical, or social changes have substantially altered the area's basic character. And that is, those are the decision that you've got to make as it relates to that. That is a discretionary decision that you're going to be making today as it relates to the zoning map amendment. We're going to move on to the development plan. The development plan, we go back to that objective and ministerial standard that we've talked about before, which is enumerated in KRS 100.275. And the question there is whether or not the development plan meets with the regulations that exist for the plan that's being presented to you. So you're going to have to make a decision about both of these things today. You can, we'll talk about it after you talk about the zoning map amendment and you have some input about that, but you do need to make some specific findings about the zoning map amendment when you're deciding about what you're going to do with regard to that. So when somebody makes a motion, you need to talk about what supports which one of these prongs you are saying, if you're in favor of the zoning map amendment, or if you don't think the zoning map amendment meets any of those prongs, why it does not. And then Ryan has some other things that we're going to talk about. I think we got one waiver that we have to talk about. And that waiver we're going to talk about after the development plan. That waiver is also a discretionary matter for you. It doesn't have that KRS 100.275 component to it, so you all are going to consider that from a discretionary standpoint.
Thank you, Mr. Baxter. Commission, do you have any questions? All right. Seeing none, I'll look to Mr. Fisher for our guidance on our first section of motions.
All right, so you're going to have multiple motions here, and we'll take each of these individually. So the first one you'll find on page 3 of your staff packet. This is for the zoning map amendment for West Jefferson Street. That is the old funeral home property. So you've got suggested motions on there to either approve or deny this recommendation to LaGrange City Council. You've heard evidence and testimony today, both from staff, the applicant, as well as opposition. You've gotten information from Mr. Baxter on what your legal basis are for these. And then at the bottom of page 3, you do have 4 proposed binding elements, which I will read. The first one is the approval applies only to the plan presented at the July 28th, 2026 Oldham County Planning Commission public hearing. There shall be no changes to the plan without review by the Oldham County Planning Commission and Engineer's Office. Third one is the plan must comply with all established federal, state, and county ordinances and requirements and comply with all necessary easement restrictions at the time of construction plan approval. And number 4, the applicant must obtain all necessary approvals from the LaGrange Historic Commission. That's it on the first one.
Commissioners, any questions regarding the motion, the binding elements? Seeing none, I'm going to open the floor for a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hampton. You in?
I'd like to, on docket item number PZ-26-008, I would like to make a recommendation to approve to the City Council of LaGrange of the zoning amendment because the existing zoning classification is inappropriate and the proposed zoning of C2 Community Business District and CN Commercial Neighborhood District fulfills the requirements of the proposal. And I want to include the 4 binding elements.
I would just like Commissioner Hampton to clarify. So he did state the appropriate zoning of C2 and CN. This property is the C2 zoning. So we'll get to the CN on the next one, but this one is just the Jefferson Street. So it is requesting the C2 zoning.
Agree to that.
And Mr. Hampton, your motion, I think, would incorporate all the testimony we've heard here today.
Absolutely.
And are you indicating that the existing zoning is inappropriate based upon what facts? The fact that the continuous use is
it can't be zoned like this with this particular proposal. The zoning is inappropriate.
And because of the prior use of the property was also a commercial use, even though it is and was for since 1935.
Correct.
Okay. And you incorporate that into your motion?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I think we have an adequate motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second.
All right. Commissioners, we're going to go into a roll call vote.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Said Mr. Allen. Yeah. Mr. Allison? Yes. Ms. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Elder?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hampton?
Yes.
Mr. Hayes? Yes. Mr. Klingenfuss?
Yes.
Ms. Kraus?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
Docket PZ-26-008, the motion for the zoning map amendment for West Jefferson Street has been approved by a vote of 12-0. We will now move into the second proposed zoning map amendment.
All right, this one, if you flip over to page 4 in your staff packet, once again, this is for the zoning map amendment request for West Main Street. This is for the requested zoning of CN, commercial neighborhood. You've got motions there at the top for both approval and denial to the LaGrange City Council, as well as 3 proposed binding elements that are the same as the first one, but I'll read them again. The approval applies only to the plan presented at the July 28, 2026 Oldham County Planning Commission public hearing. There should be no changes to the plan without review by the Oldham County Planning Commission and Engineer's Office. And the third, the plan must comply with all established federal, state, and county ordinances and requirements and comply with all necessary easement restrictions at the time of construction plan approval.
All right, commissioners, any questions regarding the zoning map amendment or binding elements? All right, we're going to open up the floor for a motion. Mr. Marsh.
Get my microphone turned on. There we go. Okay. In regard to docket PZ 26008, I move that we recommend approval to the City of LaGrange Council for a zoning map amendment, as the evidence that was presented here today shows that it does comply with the objectives of the comprehensive plan, and it is good for the community and the county. Also would like to include the 3 binding elements as read by Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Baxter, is that an adequate motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All All right, we will go into roll call vote.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Klingenfuss,
Yes.
Mr. Allen,
Yes.
Mr. Marsh,
Yes.
Ms. Kraus,
Yes.
Mr. Hayes. Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Hampton,
Yes.
Mr. Elder.
Docket PZ-26-008, motion for the zoning map amendment was approved on a vote of 12-0 for West Main Street. Next, we will move into the preliminary development plan. Mr. Fisher.
All right, this one at the bottom of page 4 of your staff packet on to page 5. This is for the preliminary development plan, and once again, you have to determine whether or not this complies with the objectives of the comprehensive plan, the zoning ordinance, based on that evidence and testimony you heard today from the applicant and from opposition as well as staff. So you do have suggested motions there at the bottom of page 4 onto page 5 to approve or deny the development plan. As well as 4 proposed binding elements at the top of page 5, which include the approval applies only to the plan presented at the July 28th, 2026 Oldham County Planning Commission public hearing. There shall be no changes to the plan without review by the Oldham County Planning Commission and Engineer's Office. The plan must comply with all established federal, state, and county ordinances and requirements and comply with all necessary easement restrictions at the time of construction plan approval. And number 4, the applicant must obtain all necessary approvals from the LaGrange Historic Commission.
And Madam Chairman, if I could comment one thing, you give less weight in this particular decision to the comprehensive plan and more weight to whether or not there's compliance with the regulations as dictated by KRS 100.275. So while the comprehensive plan is always overarching, the real question here is whether or not they have complied with the regulations. Obviously, there is one thing they have not complied with, which is parking, and that is the subject matter of the waiver that we're going to talk about. But the question is if they complied with the other regulations, are you satisfied with that?
Any questions, commissioners? Okay, yes.
Madam
Sorry,
Chair, I would just like
Mr.
to point
Hyde.
out that there's 2 additional binding elements that have been suggested. A consolidation plat be required prior to construction plan approval, and that landscape and lighting plan will be required prior to construction plan approval.
Okay, can I get applicant up here? Do you agree to those 2 binding elements he just referenced?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Baxter, your comments, can we pass this with knowing that it does not meet that one regulation? How would we present that motion?
Well, it's going to be except for parking, which is going to be addressed by a separate waiver.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? No? Seeing none, I will open the floor for a motion.
Madam Chair, as to docket PZ-26-008, a motion to approve the preliminary plan because it complies with many objectives of the comprehensive plan, including but not limited to LU 1-1, LU 1-4, LU 3-1, and LU 3-2, and because of the historic preservation aspect of this discussion, and based on evidence and testimony heard today. Also include the proposed binding elements previously read by Mr. Fisher.
And with the exception of the requested parking waiver, do you find that it complies with the regulations as presented?
I do.
With that, we have an adequate motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
We will move into roll call vote.
Ms. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Marsh,
Yes.
Ms. Kraus,
Yes.
Mr. Klingenfuss,
Yes.
Mr. Hayes,
Yes.
Mr. Hampton,
Yes.
Ms. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Elder,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Allen.
Yes.
Docket PZ-26-008, the preliminary development plan has been approved on a vote of 12-0. We now move into our final motion regarding the request for a waiver of parking requirements. Mr. Fisher.
All right, so this is the waiver of Division 280-060 and 070 for the parking requirements. This is for the proposed event space usage as well as the proposed hotel and proposed professional office space. The total required parking spaces for those is 45. They are requesting 15 spaces, so asking for approval of those waivers. So you do have motions to both approve and deny at the bottom of page 5, as well as the proposed condition of approval that the waiver shall only apply to the plan reviewed at the July 28th, 2026 Planning Commission public hearing.
Mr. Baxter, anything you'd like to add? No. Commissioners, any questions? All right, seeing none, I will open the floor for a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
I move
Marsh.
that we approve the parking waiver as proposed, requesting 15 space waiver because strict compliance with the regulations would create an undue hardship in this downtown location where many other businesses are using public parking to service them. And I think this is adequate. And the physical conditions of that property would require that. Were there binding elements? Yes, subject to the conditions of approval.
Mr. Marsh, we need a little clarification.
Yes.
The total required parking spaces is 45, and your motion says a waiver of 15 spaces, which would mean they need to have 30.
Okay, I'm sorry, I read the total requested parking spaces, but the 30 then.
A waiver of 30 spaces.
A
so-
waiver
So
of-
they're going to have 15. And, okay, very good. Then
that
we
will
have an
work,
adequate
yes.
motion. Thank you, Madam
Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you for that correction.
Thank you. Do I have a second? And we will move into roll call vote.
Mr. Elder,
Yes.
Mr. Hayes,
No.
Mr. Allen,
No.
Mr. Allison,
No.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Klingenfuss,
Yes.
Mr. Hampton,
Yes.
Ms. Graham,
Yes.
Ms. Kraus,
Yes.
Mr. Marsh,
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
No.
Docket PZ-26-008 has been approved for the parking requirement waiver on a motion of 8-4. This concludes the docket. Commissioners, do we need a quick recess? All right, do I have a motion?
I make a motion for a 5-minute recess.
Second. Voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed? 5-minute break. All right, if everybody can come back and take a seat. As you sit back down, if you will, if you happen to turn your volume back on in your phone, if you will go ahead and remember to silence that. And we will get started with a motion to come back from break. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we return.
Do we have a second? All right. Voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Aye. All right. We'll start off with Ms. Edgar, the reading of our next docket.
Docket PZ-26-014. An application has been filed by Newcomb Oil Company, LLC, for a development plan with waivers of Division 310-040, maximum illumination level, and Division 160-040, maximum impervious surface, or on property located at 4703 West Highway 146, Buckner. The property is 2.01 acres in Zone C2, Community Business District.
Thank you. And Mr. Hyde.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission, as Ms. Edgar has just read, this is a development plan application filed by Newcomb Oil. In this case, there are two waivers associated with it. One, more commonly heard, is this maximum impervious surface area. The other one, this may be the first time that you all have seen this, but it's a waiver of Division 310, which is our lighting ordinance for a maximum illumination within an open lot area. Again, that zoning district is C2 currently. The land use at this time is undeveloped and is 2.01 acres. For our site history, in December of 2016, this body, the Oldham County Planning Commission, recommended approval of a zoning map amendment to change the zoning of the 2.1 acre parcel from I2 to C2, and in the same project to change the adjoining 4.59 acre parcel from I2 to R4 with a vote of 13-0. At the same meeting, the Planning Commission approved a development plan application with variances for a convenience store and gas station on the 2.1 acre parcel and a 72 unit apartment complex, which has since been constructed on the adjoining 4.59 acre parcel. Why the project got delayed between the gas station and the apartments getting approved at the same time, I couldn't speak to that. I'll allow the applicant to speak to that, but they did come before this at one time as kind of one project. In February of 2017, the Oldham County Fiscal Court approved that zoning map amendment on both of those parcels. This case was initially taken to pre-application meeting in March of this year, TRC in May. Those comments are in your packet from all the serving agencies that commented on it, and then all of the notices were done in accordance with KRS 100 notification requirements. The property in discussion here is this 4703 corner lot on the corner of Quality Place and Highway 146 or LaGrange Road, depending on how you're calling it. You'll recognize if you go to the YMCA, that's down the road here, and then these apartment complexes here that's been constructed. Winland Foods also in this Quality Place area. This is that zoning map. Forgive me for not having the labels on there. This is the C2 zoning here. The slightly lighter green, as I see it, is the I2, and then this pinkish hue is the R4 for the apartment complex. The Oldham County Future Land Use Map of 2025 predicts that this tract will be attached multifamily, and then the proposed plan seeks waivers of Division 160, maximum impervious surface area, 160-020, and a waiver of Division 310-040, maximum foot candle or maximum illumination. The applicant has submitted a development plan for a proposed convenience store and fueling station. Again, this property is zoned C2. Division 160 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance states that the impervious surface area allowed in C2 is 65% of the lot area. This plan proposes a 70% impervious surface area and therefore is requesting a waiver of that Division 160-020. Division 310-040 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance states that for parking lot areas serving the highest activity levels, including fast food restaurants, gas stations and convenience stores, and cultural and institutional facilities, 8.0 foot candles is the maximum level of illumination allowed in an open parking lot. The applicant is seeking a waiver of that division to allow for, not 27, 13.7 foot candles. This number is correct, not the wording there. 13.7 foot candles maximum in the open lot. Additionally, KYTC is requiring a right-in, right-out only traffic barrier median for the encroachment into West Highway 146, as per their comments in Technical Review Committee. Here we have the plan that the applicant has submitted to our office, showing that median, traffic barrier median here, the proposed convenience store located here, and the fueling canopy over here. I included both the development plan and the photometric plans into your packets. It's a little bit hard to see here. I think I have a closer shot, but right around here is where that maximum illumination waiver request is occurring. So within our lighting ordinances, there are different maximum illuminations allowed underneath canopy coverage, which is over here where you see those larger numbers. Underneath canopy, the maximum allowable is 50-foot candles. So these are not the ones that were in question right now. We have that 50-foot candle max there, but that's under this proposed canopy where that light bleeds out into this open lot and reaches that 13.7. That's where it's exceeding the 8-foot candle maximum requirement. The applicant included this rendering of the lights as part of their submission that I thought was useful to kind of show what this will look like in the dark. Here we have our ordinances for C2, just again showing that 65% of the lot area is the maximum impervious surface area that's currently allowed in C2. Again, they are asking for a waiver to go up to 70% within this application. And here we have the Division 310 ordinance showing that the highest level areas have a maximum of 8-foot candles allowed in their open lot areas. In summary, this is a development plan application with waivers on 2.1 acres, and it is for a convenience store and fueling station at 4703 West Highway 146 in Buckner. The proposed binding elements from us would be that the approval applies only to the plan presented at the July 28th, 2026 Oldham County Planning Commission public hearing. There shall be no changes to the plan without review by the Oldham County Planning Commission and Engineer's Office. The plan must comply with all established federal, state, and county ordinances and requirements and comply with all necessary easement restrictions at time of construction plan approval. The applicant must submit a landscape and lighting plan for review by the Oldham County Planning and Development staff. And as directed by KYTC, access to West Highway 146 must be mitigated with a right-in, right-out only barrier. For the waiver summary, again, that 65% is the maximum that's currently allowed in that C2 zoning district. They are asking for 70%, or their plan proposes 70%, so they're asking for a 5% waiver of that impervious surface area. For the maximum illumination, that maximum allowed in open lot in this type of usage is 8-foot candles. The proposed maximum illumination in that open lot is 13.7 foot candles. So therefore, the waiver request would be for an additional 5.7 foot candle illumination level to be permitted within that open lot. Binding elements of that waiver would be that the approval only applies to the plan presented at today's July 28th Planning Commission public hearing. And then I would just also add that there's been some correspondence with the adjoining property owner, and they have stated that they're satisfied with everything that's been done since TRC and are happy with the way the plans are moving forward.
Thank you. Mr. Silman?
I need to always thank John and the planning development staff for including a site plan, so I can just scroll back to it. With regard to, I think specifically the impervious surface area waiver, that's related to the stormwater quality management and erosion control plan that they will be required to obtain from our office because the land disturbance area is greater than 1 acre. Of course, they'll also be required to get that KYR 10 permit from the Division of Water that I mention often. And when they're submitting plans to our office for that permit, we'll review those and they will submit those with calculations that show the impervious surface they've created is accommodated with stormwater detention for the 2, 10, and 100-year storms in accordance with our ordinance. They're actually showing it, they're accommodating it here with this underground proposed storage. So even if they exceed the maximum impervious surface by ordinance or by subdivision regulations, we're going to require they show in their calculations that the actual impervious surface is accommodated. And this site is a little unique in that because it was originally proposed, as John mentioned, with the apartments that kind of flank it. There are two existing basins, and the engineer will be required to show, how they're modifying those basins and accommodating those in this drainage structure. So, in short, we'll require that they comply with all our ordinance, regardless of whether this has greater impervious surface.
Thank you. Any other reports from staff? Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff at this time?
I have a question for Mr. Silliman. I'm going to pick on him today. The area in question down the lower right-hand corner, that triangular-shaped area, that area was supposed to have been deemed over to the county.
Yes, sir.
For right-of-way. Has that happened?
I don't think it has. Director of Administrative Operations, Bo Glass, has been looking into that. I think it was maybe just something that got left behind in the process of this approval of the overall site. Quality Place was to be brought up to county standards and accepted into the county road maintenance system. That was done, I want to say 5 or 6 years ago. It was early on when I started here in 2019, 2020. As part of that, there was an agreement that was recorded, and I think it was mistakenly misunderstood. The way the agreement is worded, it talks about this being a part, this transfer of that triangle. And I've lost the cursor. There it is. The transfer of that cursor or a triangle was noted in that agreement. And if you read the agreement, it kind of sounds like it's transferring the property. It's not. It's just saying that we agree to do it. So, long story short, I don't think that final step has been made, but we are in communication with the property owner to get that done.
Okay. Have you had any, as a result of your communications or preliminary conversations, has there been any hesitancy in terms of deeding that over to the county?
No, it's to my understanding, it's just been a matter of getting the language in the agreement correct.
I think it's a very important element, and in fact, I would encourage staff to include that as a binding element as a part of our approval, to not only include the transfer of that, but also to improve the radius of that street, because it is woefully inadequate today, and to have it properly striped. It's not striped at the present time, so that would be an important binding element I would ask you to consider.
And their plan does show some modifications to striping. My only concern, and I've talked briefly to the engineer about this, is there's about a 2.5, 3 foot shift of this center line. Mm-hmm. Our road department has actually increased the radius of the opposite side because of trucks coming in and rutting that out. So we just want to make sure it does accommodate those trucks. Of course, our road department is 2 or 3 properties just beyond this. But again, I think I'm fairly comfortable that property transfer is not an issue, just because we do have a recorded agreement saying that it will happen. It just hasn't been recorded.
Mm-hmm. Would you object to that being a binding element if we could get it? Thank you.
Mr. Baxter, do you have any opposition? Okay. You're welcome.
I have another question for
Mr. Allison.
Go
ahead.
How do we address porous concrete and porous asphalt now that's being used in paving areas in our regulations for impervious surface?
It's really, it's not explicitly called out in our regulations, but we do utilize it sometimes. The recently approved Goodwill site in LaGrange utilized it, and you just have to look at the different capability it has. It's of course going to drain some. We also have to ensure that if we're going to use some type of porous pavement, that it's got a maintenance agreement that they're going to maintain it, because if you don't maintain it, it just gets clogged up and becomes impervious. I think one of the other places that it was used years ago, it was included in the Citizen Unions Bank, is at currently the German American Bank in front of Kroger. it has that too. But it's infrequent, but we do allow it.
Commissioners, any other questions? Mr. Silman, I do have one question before you go. Okay. Help me understand, what does a underground detention system look like?
So instead of, typically you're going to see, and I think it's just because it's easier and cheaper to construct a pond with an open area. And I say pond, it's not going to, it doesn't always have to store water all the time, but an area where the water can collect and it's open and it releases the water at this rate at which it would have before construction. If there's reasons why the developer needs impervious surface for parking or travel, and they don't have room to put that open basin in, you can look at this underground concept, which is basically, typically it's a series of large pipes. So it functions the same way in that the storm water enters these large pipes, it's stored and it's released at a rate no greater than it was before construction. It's just that it's all underground and invisible.
Great, thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Fisher?
I have one from Mr. Silliman, and this is a debate we have often, but are sidewalks not being required? I know this was a conversation we had with the applicant a while back, and I bring this up because when we were going through our comprehensive plan hearings, this was something that was brought up by a lot of individuals because there's a lot of kids that walk from the schools, and right now they're walking down to the Thorntons. I actually just saw a group of about 4 or 5 kids the other day that were walking through that grass field to go to somewhere, okay, back to school, wherever they go. I know this is a conversation we had talked about with sidewalks being put in there because we maybe envision a thought behind, kids leaving from school, they're going down to the YMCA to make that path a little safer to travel. I do not see them on here, but I didn't know if conversation had been made about whether or not we're going to require those.
It's a good question, and you and I do have that conversation often, and we have that with developers in, is sidewalk required? And it's challenging also because we have developments that go in that we'll call them infill like this, where there's no sidewalks around it. And one justification could be, well, there's no sidewalk around it, so why make them build it? But alternatively, if we do want to improve the walkability and provide sidewalk, as we're doing in some locations, making them provide it now means that we have to pay less in the future. So it's a big discussion. Ryan, specifically on this one, we may not have had the discussion just because it's an older plan that had previous iterations.
So I remember having conversations with the applicant at the pre-application meeting about the need for sidewalk because I remember these conversations from the comprehensive plan hearings about the safety of kids walking. Now, I get that 5 Star is not going to want them to continue walking on down to Thornton's. They want them stopping at the 5 Star. I get that. But at the end of the day, I think we also need to take that into account, that these kids that are leaving from school and either going to the YMCA or maybe going down to the Thorntons, that if we get a chance to have sidewalks put in, I think we should try to do that. So I know we have that debate often. We don't always agree, but I think in this case, I think it's necessary.
So yeah, if you want to ask the applicant about that, if they can add it, I think that's a great question. I'll agree with you this time.
Thank you. Commissioners, Ms. Kraus.
Someone had said there was no opposition from the adjoining property regarding both of these changes. Is that the apartment building or buildings?
Yes, correct. The owner of that building had initially made some comments or questions at TRC, but he sent a follow-up email stating that he had conversations with the applicant and was satisfied with the new proposals that they have.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, any additional questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move into the presentation by the applicant. And as you come forward, if you will go ahead and have anyone who may speak be sworn in. If you'll just stand, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, members of the commission, Madam Chair. My name is Cliff Ashburner. I'm with the firm of Dinsmore and Scholl, here today on behalf of the applicant, Newcomb Oil Company. we are asking for a plan approval and the two waivers that were described by John in his comments. I want to talk to you a little bit about the waivers, why we're doing them, and then a little bit about the evolution of the plan from the time that this body initially approved the plan through TRC to today. And the changes that have been made in that plan really were made based on staff comments as well as comments from the owner of the apartment community that surrounds the property. So this is the subject property. Just briefly on the topic of sidewalks, that didn't really come up in TRC, and there aren't walks. There may be sidewalks in front of the Thorntons, but not for quite a distance around the subject property. This is the, you can see the property 4703 here. It is zone C2. The use is permitted, and obviously a plan was previously approved on the subject property. Just to kind of reorient everybody, so you've got 146 there on the left, the railroad track, Quality Place there to the right. To your point, Commissioner Miller, our client is fine dedicating that triangle of property, and actually there will be a slight addition to Quality Place in order to accommodate an additional turn lane. So there'll be, as it sits now, Quality Place is one lane in, one lane out. At the conclusion, should this development move forward, the one lane in would remain, but it would be two lanes out, so there would be a dedicated left and a dedicated right. This is from the interior of the property, looking back toward LaGrange Road and Quality Place. This is looking back toward the apartment community. That's actually a part of the basin that's there now. And Mr. Silliman did a very good job explaining how an underground detention basin works. I know those are not as common in this community because generally we're talking about greenfield development where there is plenty of room. They are more common in areas where you have infill development or projects that are using previously developed property. This is again looking at Quality Place. You can see the apartments and the site to the left. And this is the area basically where the road would be improved. So this was the site plan that was used with that zone change. Importantly, on this plan, you can see that the entrance on 146 is a full cut. So at the time that this plan was approved, the state was okay with that being a full access point. That has changed, which has influenced how the site has been designed. In addition, you can see on this plan that the canopy, the fuel canopy, is actually closer to the apartments. So it's between the C-store and the apartments. That's a little unusual, and we think actually would probably have created more activity in that central area. You'll see that this was the plan that was brought to TRC. So that has been flipped. So the C-store is on the left-hand side of the plan. The canopy, and as you all know, that's the canopy area and the front entrance is really where most of the action occurs on a site like this. Notice as well the entrance on 146. It has now been reduced from a full cut to a right in, right out only. And we agree with the binding element that indicates the barrier will be put in place. That's a KYTC requirement. And then on the, I'll call it the plan north end of the site, you can see where the trash enclosure is and some additional parking. This was the plan that was presented to TRC and about which the apartment community owner commented. The plan was then modified based on discussions directly between our client and that property owner to move the trash enclosure away from that back corner of the property, move it out toward Quality Place. It'll still be in an enclosure, of course, but it's further away, and to kind of move some of the passenger parking to the interior of the site. In addition, our client is proposing a 6-foot privacy fence that will kind of hug the impervious surface area. So it'll be close to the back of the curb, close to the back of the trash enclosure. In addition, although John mentioned that and our application does reflect that we initially requested a 70% impervious surface, modifications that were made in order to work with that adjoining property owner have reduced that to 68%. I recognize that's not a huge change, but it is a change. It is a reduction. In addition, we have modified the lighting plan from TRC to today, and obviously modified the detention from surface to underground. Now, you all are, I'm sure, familiar with Five Star. Five Star Newcomb Oil that operates these is based in Bardstown. They have about 95 existing stores. The stores you might be familiar with over in Crestwood is a little bit of an older design. This is the newer building elevation that you see. What's consistent is that they are all masonry and glass. They like that red brick look, and that is going to be retained here. These are the elevations of the proposed building, and this is a recent iteration of that in Bardstown itself. So you can see you got the red roof, the brick, the canopy area, as well as the glass. Now, when it comes to lighting, you know, in speaking with Brad Miles, who's here, Brad is with Five Star. He's available for questions. Will Hagan is also here, who drew the plan. He's available for questions. I asked about, you know, what is typical? You all have 95 stores. You've obviously seen a lot. They typically have more lighting on their properties than is being proposed here. And so between TRC and today, really what Newcomb has done in working with their lighting consultant is to figure out a way to locate light where it is most appropriate, where it's really needed. So that's at the 2 vehicular entrances, that's under the canopy, and that is immediately surrounding the entrance to the store. And to try to reduce light anywhere else. You may, I know John had a close-up of this. One of the things that they worked with the adjoining property owner to do is to achieve 0-foot candles at the residential property line. So they have modified their typical lighting plan in order to make sure that the north and west boundaries at the property line there is 0-foot candles, trying to maintain that sense of privacy there. We are asking for relief. That relief is really focused between the main entrance. It's actually very close to the main entrance itself. So those parking spaces that are right in front of the front door is where we exceed that 8-foot candles, which is the maximum in the open area of the lot. This is a heat map showing you kind of where the lighting is. And to a certain extent, I think it makes sense. You would want to have the most lighting directly around the property where people are going to be entering the building, parking their cars, walking into the building, and then obviously under the canopy as well. And then this is what that will look like at night. Again, notice the western and northern boundaries of the site where the foot candle readings are 0. I will say that the applicant is complying with the parts of the lighting ordinance in terms of the fixtures. So the types of fixtures that are being used are the types that are called out in the zoning ordinance. It's just a matter of wanting to have a little bit more light right around that front entrance. In speaking with Brad Miles from Newcomb, this represents the lighting plan that you see there. With regard to the canopy light, represents about a 50% reduction from what they would normally use outside of Oldham County. But obviously, they want to make sure that they are complying to the maximum extent that they can with Oldham County's ordinances. So I think we have provided for you just an understanding of how the plan was initially approved with another operator, how it was initially presented to TRC, how it has been modified since TRC in order to accommodate both staff comments and concerns that were raised by the adjoining property owner. We think that this will be a good addition to this end of Quality Place. It will result in a turn lane on Quality Place that will benefit not just the people who patronize Five Star, but others that are coming and going, people going to the YMCA. And we have worked, or really Newcomb has worked directly with that adjoining property owner to try to address their needs. So I'm happy to take any questions. As I mentioned, Brad and Will are here as well. They're happy to take questions too. Thank
Great.
you.
Do you have anybody else you would like to speak at this time?
No.
All right. At this time, before we do questions, we'll move into anyone in the public who would like to speak in favor of this applicant. Okay. Seeing none, we'll then move into anyone that's present today that wishes to ask questions or speak in opposition of the application. All right. Commissioners, let's move into questions by the commission. Mr. Allison?
Yes, did the applicant give any consideration to using the concrete or the asphalt, which is permeable, to address the 3% area that they're asking for the waiver on, just to avoid the waiver?
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
I could not hear that either. If you could repeat that one more time really loud for us.
I was asking whether or not the applicant had looked into using the impervious concrete or asphalt to address the 3% waiver they're asking for.
Before you answer the question, thank you. If you'll state your name and then we'll swear you in.
Yes, Brad Miles, Newcomb Oil Company, 951 Withrow Court, Bardstown.
Thank you. And if you'll raise your right hand, we'll swear you in. Oh, you had been sworn in. Sorry.
Oh, yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. We've never used the impervious or the pervious asphalt just because there was a couple developments in Bardstown and other places that have used it, and it just seems to fall apart after a couple of years, and we try to do everything we can not to have another issue to deal with as far as pavement, having to resurface it and all that, and as our plan shows, we are detaining all the water that we need in that underground basin, to make up for that 3% difference that we're asking for. So, yeah, thank you.
Mr. Allison, any other questions? All right. Commissioners? Questions? Ms. Kraus?
Yeah, I just have one question. Behind the building, in that upper, on the picture, the upper part, those parking spaces, they look
Yes.
really dark.
Pardon?
Those parking spaces look dark at the top of the, go to the next one. See, you can see where the trash is and the other components there in the middle are lit, but those parking spaces, are those the employees or?
I think those would be, those are the employee spaces. Obviously, primary customer spaces are the ones that are directly lining the building. And then you do have people who will fuel their car and leave their car at the pump and walk into the store. So yeah, those are primarily employee spaces.
Okay, I just wondered why they were so much darker than all the other parking spaces, like out in front. Those are lit. Was that just because it's close to the entrance?
No, those are lit partially as customer spaces. It was also an attempt to accommodate the property owner to the north and west, just to reduce the lighting over there as much as we could.
Commissioners, any other questions? I do have a question. So does Five Star in their future, I know we have an old one here in Crestwood, but in their future, do they accommodate EV charging stations at all?
Right now, we do not at any of our stores. You know, we've discussed it. It's just you need so much space, and you know this is kind of what we do right now. But you know, we're still looking into it in the future. You know, the technology is really it's still growing so fast. You hate to build something and then have to replace it. You know, 5 years down the road, which is likely. So.
Thanks. Just personal question.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Any other questions? All right. Seeing none, we would normally go into rebuttal by those who spoke in opposition, which we did not have. So we will move into rebuttal or cross-examination, but of the applicant. All right. So final statement of the opposition. There was no opposition in this, so we'll move into final statement of the applicant.
I'll try to be brief. As I mentioned before, the site has been approved for a gas station for quite a while, for about 10 years. Our client has attempted to work with staff, listening to staff comments, modifying their normal business practice and their normal design that they, as I said, they've used in 90 plus stores in order to work with Oldham County's desires as they're expressed in the zoning ordinance. And our client has worked directly with the most affected residential property owner to the north and west to try to accommodate their concerns. So I would ask that you recognize that the use is permitted and that the effort our client has put in order to try to meet the community where it is and to meet the adjoining property owner where it is and vote to approve the waivers and the development plan. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. So this concludes the public comment section. Commissioners, are there any questions before we look to Ryan for direction? All right. So looking at our applicant, it looks like we have a few things that we'll be looking at with this. Can you outline the first?
Yeah, so we're going to actually handle the waivers first. That'll clear up some things when we get to the development plan that we had on the last case. So the first waiver on page 3 of your staff packet will be for the waiver of Division 160-020 for maximum impervious surface. It's a waiver request of 5%. You do have motions there to both approve and deny the waivers. And that condition of approval would be that the waiver shall only apply to the plan reviewed at the July 28th, 2026 Planning Commission public hearing.
Mr. Fisher, was that modified but to 3%?
3%. Thank you.
You want to step up?
Sorry, I just wanted to confirm we are at 68% impervious, so it would be a 3% waiver. Yes.
Any other questions regarding the waiver request? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to open the floor up for a motion. Mr. Marsh.
Mr. Chairman. In regards to docket PZ 26014, the request of a waiver of 3% for impervious surface lot, I move that we approve the waiver based on the testimony that we heard today, and that the requested waiver doesn't severely impact the intent of the ordinance as presented or as verified by the county engineer.
You have an adequate motion, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second?
Okay, we will move into a voice vote. Roll call vote, sorry. Roll call.
Mr. Allen,
Yes.
Ms. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Marsh,
Yes.
Mr. Elder,
Yes.
Ms. Kraus,
Yes.
Ms. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Klingenfuss,
Yes.
Mr. Hampton,
Yes.
Mr. Hayes.
Yes.
Docket PZ-26-014, waiver for the maximum impervious surface has been approved by a vote of 12-0. We will now have Ryan guide us in the next waiver request.
All right, the next one is the waiver of Division 310-040 for general requirements for maximum illumination. We'll see if I get these numbers right. Are these right that are on this sheet? Or have these changed too? 5.7 foot candles? Okay. So that waiver request is for 5.7 foot candles. You have motions to both approve and deny the waivers at the bottom of page 4 in your staff packet. And the proposed condition of approval listed on page 5 of your staff packet that states the waiver shall only apply to the plan reviewed at the July 28th, 2026 Planning Commission public hearing.
Commissioners, any questions? Yes, Ms. Kraus.
As I understood it, the 5.7 waiver was just for that area that's right in front of the front door. Is that correct or not correct?
As the plan presents it, yes, that is the only area asking for a waiver
Okay.
currently.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none, we'll open the floor for a motion. Ms. Thompson.
Regarding docket PZ 26014, I move that we approve the waiver because the design innovations of this case will achieve the basic objectives of the regulations, which is not creating lighting that would affect the surrounding apartments, and because they have situated it on the side of the building away from those apartments, I believe that the basic objectives are achieved.
Ms. Thompson, does it comply with the regulations of the zoning regulation, or the development regulations? I apologize. The plan is presented, does it conform with the regulations?
With the waiver, or?
No, we did the waiver, right?
No, this is the next waiver.
Oh, waiver number 2, I'm sorry, then I apologize.
Okay.
All right. So with that in mind, do we have a second?
Second?
We'll move into roll call vote.
Ms. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Allen,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Kraus,
Yes.
Ms. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Elder,
Yes.
Mr. Hayes,
Yes.
Mr. Marsh,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Hampton,
Yes.
Mr. Klingenfuss.
Yes.
Docket PZ-26-004, motion for waiver of maximum illumination has been approved on a vote of 12-0. Next, we'll move into the final motion for the development plan. Mr. Fisher.
Okay, now we have the development plan. You have motions to approve or deny on page 3 of your staff packet. And as Mr. Baxter stated, on checking to whether or not that it complies with the objectives of our zoning ordinance. So you have those motions to approve and deny at the top, as well as the proposed binding elements that are listed on page 3. These include the approval applies only to the plan presented at the July 28th, 2026 Oldham County Planning Commission public hearing. There shall be no changes to the plan without review by the Oldham County Planning Commission and Engineer's Office. The plan must comply with all established federal, state, and county ordinances and requirements and comply with all necessary easement restrictions at the time of construction plan approval. And number 4, the applicant must submit a landscape and lighting plan for review by Oldham County Planning and Development staff. We did have a 5th one added that I believe the applicant agreed to, and that is the triangle at Quality Place in 146 shall be transferred and dedicated to the county prior to construction plan approval, if that's in agreement with the county engineer as well as the applicant. And then I believe the only other one that we talked about, which I don't believe they were willing to do, would be to construct a sidewalk on the 146 side of the development. I don't believe they were okay with that one, so. We have 5 proposed binding elements if they're in agreement.
So first, if we could have you come up and let us know if you're in agreement with.
We are in agreement with the 5 binding elements. That would include the dedication of the right-of-way as well at prior to construction plan approval, as well as the right-in, right-out on Highway 146.
Commissioners, based on what has just been given to us by Mr. Fisher and the binding elements discussed, are there any questions?
Yes.
Yes.
I see the 5 elements is listed up there, but when we add the transfer of the land, does that make it 6 or?
Yes, that makes it 6. I was reading off the staff packet and not the screen. So
Correct.
number 5 as well, which is as directed by KYTC, access to West Highway 146 must be mitigated with a right-in, right-out only barrier. And then number 6 would be the triangle at Quality Place.
6 binding elements, thank you.
We can agree to all 6.
Thank you. Commission, any other questions, comments? All right, I'm going to open the floor for a motion.
I'll go ahead and attempt to make a motion here.
Thank you.
I would approve docket PZ 26-014 as submitted, in that it complies with the objectives of the comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance of the subdivision requirements relative to this request, and that the approval is subject to 6 binding elements as outlined by Mr. Fisher.
We have an adequate motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I hear a second.
Ms. Davis? All right, we're going to move into a roll call vote.
Mr. Elder,
Yes.
Mr. Hampton,
Yes.
Mr. Klingenfuss,
Yes.
Mr. Marsh,
Yes.
Ms. Thompson, sorry,
Yes.
Mr. Allen,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Ms. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Hayes,
Yes.
Ms. Kraus?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Development plan for docket PZ-26-014 is approved on a motion of 12-0. All right, we will resituate and head into the next docket.
Are you ready? We've got Ryan missing, Barry's missing. Do we need a break or something?
All right, Ms. Edgar, if you'll go ahead and read our docket.
Docket PZ-26-015, an application has been filed by John Stewart for a zoning map amendment and development plan on property located at 7405 West Highway 22, Crestwood. The property is 5.4 acres and currently zoned to R2 Residential District with a proposed zoning of R4 Residential District.
Good, is it afternoon now? Excuse me. Good afternoon now. Yeah, John Hine, Planner 1. As Ms. Edgar has just read, this is another zoning map amendment with a development plan, this time located at 7405 West Highway 22 in Crestwood. The property is currently zoned R2 Single Family Residential with a proposed zoning of R4 Residential. Again, that is R2, proposed going to R4. The land use is currently vacant or undeveloped, associated with the different property located adjacent to it. This is that property in discussion, up just past it on Clore Lane here. Clore Lane is being here, 22 here. This is that Camp Crestwood Kentucky Ministries property immediately above it. And that is that zoning map as it currently stands, showing this R2 here and here with some type of commercial across the street, and then this being the institutional zoning within our zoning ordinances. I brought this slide on just for clarification. This will be a zoning map amendment recommendation to Oldham County Fiscal Court. It lies right between the Crestwood city boundary and the Pee Wee Valley city boundary, but it is still within the county, so this recommendation will be going to the fiscal court as opposed to either of those city councils. For our site history, in January of 1997, a conditional use permit for a home occupation for display and sales of geological specimens was approved by the Oldham County Board of Adjustments. And then in February of 2023, a demolition permit was issued for the removal of that single-family residence on the property. For our pre-application meeting, this was initially brought up back in 2024, and then the neighborhood meeting came about in January of 2026. They went to technical review committee in March, and those comments are available to you in your staff packets. And then all of the other notices were done in accordance with KRS 100 requirements. The conformance with the future land use plan predicts that this lot will be ag rural and that the applicant is not seeking any waivers or variances. This is that future land use map showing that designation of ag rural here for that parcel. All right, the applicant is seeking a zoning map amendment from R2 to R4, as we've mentioned, for residential, multifamily residential to allow for a proposed 84-unit apartment complex. According to the Oldham County Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, the purpose of R4 is to allow for higher density residential uses and low intensity non-residential uses, which are served by adequate infrastructure while maintaining the unique character of neighborhoods at densities up to 16 units per acre. This district is used to encourage a variety of residential opportunities. The proposed apartment complex consists of 84 units spread across 3 buildings, each building being 11,814 square feet. And those will contain 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. According to section 090-020, the maximum density allowed is 16 units per acre when sewers are present. This plan comports with that by having 15.6 dwelling units per acre. The application appears to conform with the remainder of the Oldham County Comprehensive Zoning Ordinances and subdivision regulations. This is just a grounding photo. You can see the intersection here of Clore Lane and Highway 22. This is that lot in discussion, currently a vacant treed lot. Just looking farther back down Clore Lane, looking up towards 22, seeing the extent of the lot. And again, looking back from 22 towards Clore Lane with the current inlet as it is right now. And just one final one for reference, Clore Lane being back here, Highway 22 being here. This is the lot in discussion. These are the plans that were provided to you. They also included a landscape plan. Normally, landscape plan approval doesn't happen until a little bit later stage of the process, but they included those for you as well. This is the plan as it is currently being presented with the 3 buildings and the clubhouse, and then the parking serving the structure. Again, I included the landscape plan just because the applicant included it, showing that they intend to comply with the screening requirements and buffering requirements for landscaping adjoining both right-of-way as well as adjoining single-family residential. There are 2 zoning ordinance showing what's currently allowed there. The churches and other religious institutions is permitted right in all of our zoning ordinances. That's currently allowed there. And then what would currently be allowed without the zoning map amendment, the R4, showing that the multifamily is allowed in the R4 designation, should that be made. In summary, this is a zoning map amendment and development plan. This will be a recommendation to the Oldham County Fiscal Court, as I mentioned, and this is for rezoning of the 5.4 acres at 7405 West Highway 22 from R2 Residential District to R4 Residential District. The potential conditions of approval would be the same as our other, but I'll read them again. The approval applies only to the plan presented at the July 28th, 2026 Oldham County Planning Commission public hearing. There shall be no changes to the plan without review by the Oldham County Planning Commission and Engineers Office, and that the plan must comply with all established federal, state, and county ordinances and requirements and comply with all necessary easement restrictions at the time of construction plan approval. For that preliminary development plan of the 84-unit apartment complex, the potential binding elements would be the same first 3, and then in addition, a landscape and lighting plan will be required at time of construction plan submittal, which they've submitted now but has not been formally reviewed as a landscape submittal. And then the fifth binding element being that per the Oldham County School District, the maximum number of units to be constructed per year, or permitted per year, is 75. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them. I will note that I included in your staff packet 1 letter of opposition, and then this morning I provided to you 29 more letters of opposition. There was an additional 7 letters received after the deadline yesterday, making a total of 37 letters of opposition that were submitted. No letters were put in favor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Silman.
Good afternoon. Some of the more standard comments for our review. Again, this This site does disturb more than 1 acre of land, and as such, the applicant will be required to provide an Oldham County, or an application for an Oldham County Stormwater Management and Erosion Control Plan. You've heard me talk about the detention stormwater requirements that are associated with that. Because that will likely discharge to state right-of-way, the state also requires they look at analyze the 25-year storm, so the 2, 10, 25, and 100-year storm. But that'll be all required as part of that review from my office, and then also the KYR 10 permit from the Kentucky Division of Water. Again, it's a land disturbance permit for greater than 1 acre. We also have observed there's a blue line stream on the west side of the site. It doesn't look like they're impacting that with proposed construction. If for some reason construction were to impact that stream, we'd require the applicant provide information from the Army Corps of Engineers and the Division of Water, either permitting or coordination that says they don't need permits. Our ordinance also includes a water quality component that was established a few years ago. So that'll also be reviewed by my office to ensure it meets our requirements. I think more importantly, I guess the most unique part of this project, and bear with me just a moment, I've got a exhibit to pull up, is the coordination with a proposed project that's under design for the realignment of Clore Lane and Woldridge Avenue on the opposite side of 22 and 22. So I'll say subsequent to a study that was done of the Highway 22 corridor a few years ago, I think in 2020 maybe, this project came about and has gone through the preliminary design stage. We actually just had fiscal court approve a contract with KYTC, a supplemental agreement to advance this project to the final design stage with the designer QK4. And what it's showing is proposed realignment of, here's Clore Lane, Woldridge Avenue, and 22. So Clore gets shifted to the left, Woldridge gets shifted to the right, and there's widening to 22 to the north side. And this is what's called the preferred alternative. There were, I think, 3 alternatives looked at, and based on utility involvement, maintenance of traffic, public input, through a process that's established for federal funding through KYTC, this is the preferred alternative that was decided on, and this is the proposed design that will be advanced for that final design. As far as scheduling, it's currently, if you look at our funding through KIPTA, the construction phase is slated for 2028. It might be more reasonable to say that if this keeps going, we'll probably maybe be at 2029. But it is advancing. It's making progress. So it's very important, and it, of course, affects this development. And if you look at the design, let's see, currently proposed, the design that was provided for TRC review, Technical Review Committee, showed the proposed realignment. And I made a comment for Technical Review Committee that I think was misunderstood. Basically, I said that we wanted them to show existing Clore Lane. The intent of that comment was to show Clore Lane because if their development comes before we can construct, or KYTC can construct the realignment project, they have to connect to Clore Lane where it is. So the intent of my comment was to show Clore Lane, but also a future alignment. What was shown is just existing Clore Lane. I spoke with the applicant, and we established that was just a misunderstanding. They do still intend to design this to accommodate that realignment. So my request is that a binding element be added, because what your binding elements say is that this plan applies to the development plan shown today. The development plan shown today doesn't reflect that Clore Lane realignment, so we would need another binding element that just clarifies that this will have a modification to address the Clore Lane realignment. And if you look further in my comments, we also talk about the traffic impact study and the traffic assessment. at 85 units. This only generated about 50 or so trips based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers research. So that doesn't require a full-blown traffic impact study. It does require a traffic assessment. They provided that to us. I think it's great that the engineer that provided that is QK4, the same engineer that's doing the design for our Clore Lane project. So there's definite consistency there. One of the other comments that was made was, and they've accommodated it, was South Oldham Fire asked for a right out onto 22, and their intent, as I understand it, is that that really provides a way that they can quickly get a apparatus into this site without having to go to Clore Lane and coming around this way. They can. It's going to be signed as a right out only, but in emergency cases, they could bring an apparatus in this way. And so it serves two purposes. One, they requested it, and that's great, but it allows this development to release traffic onto 22 without going out this entrance and out to Clore Lane. So it's kind of dual purpose. My only request of that is that they provide it's called auto turn or vehicle movement specifics that show that a fire vehicle can negotiate that. That's the extent of my comments.
Great, thank you. Anything else by staff? Commissioners, questions for the staff?
Again, I'm going to pick on Jim. Jim, you've eliminated some confusion I had from the paperwork we received because it talked about Woolridge and Clore being one across from the other, and of course they're not now. There's a couple hundred feet separation between them.
Yes, sir.
As a part of your binding element on the alignment for the relocated Clore Lane, if you will, to the west, would you include in your binding element that the developer grant or deed over the necessary real estate at this point in time as a part of our approval for that future improvement?
That's a great idea.
Because I think it's going to wind up taking out their clubhouse. So,
yes, sir.
Yeah. So
and that would be part of the revision, right?
I would strongly urge that we require that now as a binding element to require that to be deeded over.
And I think they can answer this more assuredly, but I think it has been provided also along 22. I mentioned that widening that we're looking at right now, the preferred alternative goes to the north. The fill slopes and the construction there should be accommodated in this.
I think it's important to note, too, we're going through the same kind of study with the state now on 146.
Yes, sir.
In fact, we've got a meeting tonight. Yes, and I think it's incredibly valuable for the community to be able to take advantage of those findings as a result of going through that public process.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioners? Mr. Allen.
In the traffic assessment study that was provided by KQ4, how do they take into account the fact that we've approved like a half a dozen or more subdivisions in the last year and a half that are impacting Highway 22? I don't see that anywhere in their study.
Well, I'd have to dig into it a little deeper, but a lot of that's just based on growth. There's an assumed 2 to 3% growth overall, and a lot of that does get taken into account. But we also, they are typically, in like when we look at the Commerce Parkway study, we provide them with our proposed developments so they can incorporate that in there.
I have a question for John. So if I look at this map that shows the zoning that exists today, those exceptions that are in there, can you describe what they are? There's an R4 and a C1, C2, and an R3. What is on those?
I'm not totally positive. I believe this is R2A or R1 down here. Most probably R1, and then these being commercial across the street here. I'm not sure what exact the level of commercial activity is. And then the green obviously being agricultural.
Okay. So what's the R4 that's...
The R4 is what's proposed. they are proposing the change to R4.
The brown.
The brown
On
is
there, but-
institutional.
Oh, okay.
That's the designation for that church lot, the Kentucky Ministries of God
Oh,
that currently
okay.
owns
All right. I just
this
was
property.
curious what those were around there.
Any other questions by the commissioners? All right. Seeing none, we're going to move into presentation by the applicant. And if you want to go ahead.
Good
and-
afternoon.
Before you get started, if you want to go ahead and swear in anyone who might speak.
Okay, I'm Attorney Clint Elliott on behalf of the applicant, and I'm going to invite John Stewart, the applicant, up to share and talk about the project and the criteria in support of the application. So that would be John Stewart.
Thank you. You'll state your name and address for the record and be sworn in.
John Stewart. My business address is 113 East Main Street, LaGrange, Kentucky.
Thank you, and give me one moment.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to rehash a little bit of what you just heard. And I'm not an attorney, so I won't talk for 50 minutes about this project, but happy to answer questions. This is a request for a rezoning to R4 from R2. I did want to clarify one thing, and I don't know if I can put something up on the screen.
One moment, we will work on that. Good. Thank you very much. And we were having technical difficulties earlier. Let's see if we can get that resolved.
Okay. One thing I wanted to clarify is that there is, the zoning map does show an R4 zone that is part of the camp. In that block that was kind of shaded, that is our existing R4, which it would be directly adjacent to our property. So, and then right across the street is a C1, C2, and that does across Clore Lane, C1, C2, and R3. So, I have the zoning map up. And then across the street, it was R1A. I don't know what it's doing. It's trying to do something, but anyway, but I just wanted to clarify that my understanding is the property is adjacent to a currently zoned R4. That's part of the church camp. One of the owners of this and the owner of the property is still the church that owns, the Assembly of God that owns that camp. They own that property, the property we're on as well, and they're one of the partners in the development. So some of this money that would be earned from this would go to their ministry right here and stay in the area. And all the owners, the ownership group right now is also from our area. Just wanted to read the letter that we sent as part of the application. And it says, we request the approval of a zoning map amendment from R2 residential to R4 multifamily residential, together with the development plan that we submitted at 7405 West Highway 22, Crestwood, Kentucky. The proposed R4 zoning classification is appropriate for the subject property because the proposed use remains residential in nature while allowing for multifamily on the 22 corridor, which we think is appropriate. The 84 apartment units is, if you look around at what's being built in the county, it's pretty small compared to the rest of those developments that we're familiar with in the rest of the county. And it's also, we're looking to do Class A apartments in that area. So we did a comparison of other apartments that are in the region and did a study, and it's an appropriate use as well from the use study that we did. We do plan to do the landscape buffering that we showed, and that's one of the reasons we submitted the landscape plan. We have been working with QK4 on the design and coordination with the proposed new road widening, the turn lanes, and obviously the most important thing right now for us and the residents that I think a lot of them are here is the safety of that intersection. So timing is everything when it comes to that, so we don't know if that'll be built. Our proposal is to start construction on this after we have approval, all of our approvals in place. But we can only build 75 in a year. So our plan was that would be a 2-year period for construction of these. If we're looking at 2028, the timing just doesn't work out exactly right for the widening and the Clore Lane and Woolridge alignment. But we do feel that that's the appropriate use. The traffic study was conclusive that there isn't that big of an impact. Definitely not a major impact, and didn't even drive us to have to do a further traffic study, or the traffic assessment didn't drive us to have to do a traffic study. I know when talking to some of the residents, obviously we don't have copies of any of those letters of opposition, so we don't know fully what the opposition would be. We can only assume that that would probably be the traffic. It's a terrible intersection. I know there's a lot of comments about accidents there. Our proposal takes into account that at some point that will be realigned. At some point the road will be 22 will be widened, and the turn lanes and deceleration lanes would be there. And we did originally submit a drawing that didn't show the clubhouse and showed Clore Lane realigned, and unfortunately I misunderstood what Jim was saying. Should have just called Jim and said, "Hey Jim, what do you mean?" But we do have another drawing that shows that with the realignment. With the adjacent commercial zoning and the R4 adjacent, and being on a 22 corridor that is being widened for additional development, looking in the future, also taking care of the alignment. We feel like that this is an appropriate use. The agricultural use, it probably is not going to be a farm anytime soon again. And with the camp there, this gives the opportunity for the camp to increase some of their revenues to keep that camp for the kids going as well. So that's why they ended up partnering as part of that and providing equity in land for the development. The other developer, the other two primary developers are Oldham County residents as well. I am not the developer, I'm the applicant, but I am the architect and the contractor for the project. Our firm encompasses. The zoning map amendment is appropriate for this location due to the property's frontage along 22, proximity to the existing and planned infrastructure, and the ability of the development plan to address access, circulation, buffering, utilities, drainage, parking, adjacent property conditions. We have proceeded through the process. We had a neighborhood meeting, and we had 2 people show up at that neighborhood meeting, which was, we went through the whole process, so.
Everybody can.
We had 2 people that showed up to that meeting, and we held it for a couple hours and presented our notes from that meeting. One of those was a property owner directly across the street, and we didn't get comments. We just provided any answers to questions at that. We've gone through the pre-application process, the neighborhood meeting, technical review committee review, and now to the planning commission. And we tried to follow all those steps as appropriate. And so we believe that this is an appropriate use for this lot, or for this 5.4 acres. We meet all of the requirements that we understand are for this property, so we're not asking for any waivers. We definitely would be open to the binding elements that were suggested, and we thought maybe that there would be some, at least talking to QK4, and some ability to maybe even when we do some of the construction, just to make sure that we align when we come in the entrance and exit off of Clore Lane, that works out so we don't have to rebuild, and that the state didn't have to pay for rebuilding of some of that work as well. So, and I think that is all that I have at this point.
Great. Thank you. Is there anyone else you would like to have speak in for the applicant?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else publicly who would like to speak in favor of the application at this time? All right. Mr. Hine?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I just wanted to confirm that he was correct. I was mistaken. That property is zoned R4 to the north. That is immediately adjacent to it. I apologize for that.
All right, at this time, we were going to move into public comment, questions, and testimony by those opposing the application. This has a 50-minute time frame for that. So if anyone who would like to speak at this time will go ahead and stand, we will swear you in. All right. You will raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, as you come up, for those who have not been here before, if you will state your name and address for the record, and also this mic is, you want to get really close to it so we can all hear really well, if you haven't been here before. Yeah. And just for clarification, it is going to be 50 minutes combined for everyone. We are having some technical difficulties today with getting things up onto the screen. Any insights? I don't know that we've been able to figure this out today. Our resolution has been to put it up. Here comes Tom.
Yeah.
Pull it up on this.
Do you have a thumb drive? Oh, it's not hooked to the internet.
Do I have a motion to take a 5-minute recess while we get technical support?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
All morning.
5-minute break.
I'll drive up here.
Okay. It was just not all the way in.
Oh, yeah. My name is Josh Gatewood. I live off of Floor Lane.
Oh, you're a neighbor there?
Yeah, I live on Gatewood.
Not represent anybody?
Mm-mm.
How much time do you think you?
I'm going to try to be 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yeah. But
I'm gonna go after you.
I couldn't take all 15 minutes.
Are either one of you addressing anything concerning Woodbridge?
I won't be, but I will a little bit. A little bit.
one-lane
Yeah,
street
yeah.
that
I'm going to mention that.
is
But
definitely instead of Central Avenue.
Anybody got a major presentation in the next opposition? Major, like how much time? 5 minutes.
yeah,
Especially
it's terrible.
realignment to, that's important. And that one-lane street is not, I live there now and I sit on the end of the street for
Yeah, I agree completely.
They don't get to look
Yeah.
like,
Oh,
but
yeah.
it's a little one-lane street. It cannot handle the traffic.
Yeah, he's gonna go. He's gonna go first.
I'm concerned about human lives in here because I see that.
Like the lawyers. I know that. I know what the rules are. I can ask. Just jogging. I think that a lot of us are going to be saying the same things. It's really, it's about, well, my time, I'll be in a minute, welcome home. I want you to make the point. You're going to get your chance to make the point. I think that's a very good one.
And so you've got young children and you don't know who's living in those homes. And you know what the campground told you?
Any of us.
Oh, we'll do the
Exactly, the process is community zoning. The camp, in order to build a multi-family, have to present a development plan, which also need to be accepted, right? It's not ministerial, right? The planning commission can accept the objective development plan. Yes. On the campground. So the camp can say, hey, we're going to work down that multi-family. That would need to go through not only zoning, but a process to approve the development plan, and it may be rejected if it does not support the traffic infrastructure. Am I right about that? I think they would have to get rezoning because I think that R4, the chief
settle back down, take your seats. Reminder to turn off all electronic devices. Do I have a motion to come back to session?
So move.
Do I have a second? Second. All right. So before we get started on this next 50 minutes, as a reminder, with many people wanting to speak today, which is wonderful, we do ask that one thing you may want to consider is not repeating the same information again. That might help the process as well. So,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
we just received something here. What are we to be looking at?
Yes. So,
Mr. Baxter?
I'm looking for, yes. So Christy has that for the record.
It is for the record. Thank you.
All right. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay. I'm going to let you go with it.
Yep.
State your name and address for the record.
All right. My name is Josh Gatewood. I live at 7415 Gatewood Drive, which is less than a quarter mile away from here. And I'm just excited to see how the community showed up for this. I made a presentation that would have lasted all 50 minutes with like 3,000 words with multiple reasons why we should not do this. But I'm just going to get into some of the high-level pieces so everyone can get a turn to come up and speak. So there are like some inconsistencies with the data. Some pieces say that it's 84. Some pieces say that it's 85. There's also multiple places within the plot or the information. Some says that it's like 5 point something acres, and there's another spot where it says 6. And I didn't see anything about how the impact of tearing down all of those beautiful mature trees along this would just like impact the area or impact wildlife. With, you know, because we do have like bats and things like that in the area. So I just wanted to note that. But there is like the main thing, right? The main thing about this is this intersection is not safe. So I was able to pull up just inside of the traffic assessment that was provided, and it says it moves from LOSE to LOSF. And it also, in the traffic assessment, it says acceptable use is LOSD. So this is already in unacceptable use, and by adding this adds it to make it LOSF, F being the lowest it can be, the worst it could be, to an already dangerous intersection. This is making it worse. And in the same sentence, it's like, it's not going to hurt it because it's already so bad. But with this data, it drops it to an F. And the data itself was only conducted on one day, and it wasn't even a full day. It was just cherry-picked from part of the day. So this isn't even a 24-hour study or a multi-day study or even like something in winter or something like that. Fortunately, there was a major study that did occur around the Highway 22 corridor that showed the exact, the whole piece from Hans Lane all the way up past Maples Park. And with this, as you can see on the screen, there's one area that's red. And that's where the most crashes occur. There was even a fatality here within the last 10 years, and it's all red here, right? So multiple accidents, multiple injury accidents, and even a fatality has occurred here. And scrolling down through here, there also shows like from this study that occurred just a couple years ago that the number one thing that needs to be addressed is this intersection. Right? And this isn't in 2029, we're going to do something. This is a problem now, right? And the longer we wait, that red's just going to keep getting redder as it was called out that there's been additional developments and other subdivisions that have occurred and grown and been built in this area. So it's been known that this area is dangerous. There's plenty of data that shows this area is dangerous, and that's only going to continue to grow. And the traffic assessment itself even shows that by doing this, the LOS, and here's like a picture of the LOS, being an F, right? So LOS being level of service, and I was reading about that, and that's more of like something that's for our first responders, for our police department, for our fire department, for our ambulances. And so if it's significant delays already, and we're just even making it more heavily congested, that's what the traffic study provided by the applicant says. Additionally, if we look at our planning commission, right, so we've got our master plans. The Crestwood master plan even says, hey, we need to do something about this intersection. The, where's that? And then the Oldham County Master Plan says, hey, we need to do something about this Highway 22 corridor because the congestion and the traffic is not great, is underselling how bad that it is, right? And through the plan, I was looking at that, and there's even dedicated $6.7 million that to improve the safety and reduce congestion. So it's known, it's documented that this is an unsafe and over-congested area. So adding 84 or 85 units, depending on which piece that you look at, and then the traffic studies showing that this says that this is more dangerous when we do that, or there's more congestion that's going to occur because of this. Is why I believe that we need to not approve this, and we need to look at making Oldham County safer for our residents. And this area right here is arguably one of the worst in the county. I've got two daughters who are drivers, two teenage daughters that are drivers. One of them's at band practice right now at South Oldham High School, and I have no problem with her driving on the expressway, but we won't let her go left on this. And she just got her driver's license this month because this area is not safe. So besides the inconsistencies or the environmental impact, all of that, like this alone from the traffic study provided by the applicant shows that this is going to be a net negative for the residents of the area and for our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Up next. All right, I'll let you gather your things.
A little slapstick to get started
That's
here.
right, and then name and address for the record.
My name is Clarence Hickson. I'm an attorney. I live at 1336 Hepburn Avenue in Louisville, Kentucky. I've been retained to speak for some of the neighbors in opposition to this project. And we also have retained the services of Tom Jones of Tom Jones and Associates to do a review of the traffic assessment that was provided. If Tom could be sworn in, I'd like for him to go ahead and give some details on the traffic assessment. Okay.
We'll wait and let you speak when you get up to the mic.
John?
We're not that fancy. It's not a touch screen. Okay.
You good? Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right, name and address for the record.
Tom Jones, Salem, Indiana, and the scope of what I've been asked to take a look at is the traffic assessment.
And address. Oh, you
I'm
said
sorry.
Salem, Indiana.
Yes. And the traffic assessment done by QK4 was, as I'm sure all of you feel, an interesting read. You wake up every morning going, wow, I hope I can read a traffic assessment today. But when I went through this and looked at it, I noticed a couple inconsistencies. And one was our growth rate that was applied to the turn functions. Some of them were negative rates. So it projected a loss of functions per day. So little inconsistent with what we normally see. Normally, we can see between 1 and 3% increase year over year. And just as your county attorney spoke about earlier, 2 to 3% is what he commented. With what I was seeing, page 3 on what I handed you out there was the AM peak hour. The difference between the 2026 existing and the 2028 no build was a negative 4.3% projection of growth. If you do the same thing for the Woolbridge Avenue northbound right turn, you see a negative 20% rate of growth that was projected. Typically inside a traffic assessment, if we have a growth rate that is not normal or not standard, we'll include like our assumptions, why we decided to deviate from a normal. With this assessment, we have one sentence. Basically just states that a growth rate was applied. It doesn't say why, so I can't assess the accuracy of that. But I can say that a negative growth rate is something to be concerned about. So the traffic assessment that was handed in that showed a decline in service is assuming negative growth rates on a lot of these functions. It also assumes it takes the existing conditions today, and then it looks at what will happen once the intersection has been rebuilt. It doesn't take into consideration if it doesn't get rebuilt. So it's taking current conditions and moving it to a condition of the future that the state identified would help reduce congestion. So if that project does not happen, these loss of service rates will increase. So that was the main things that I found on the assessment whenever I reviewed it. Anyone have any questions for me on that? Or?
We might be coming back to questions later, so stick around.
Again, my name is Clarence Hickson. I'm an attorney. I think the realignment is not shown on the development plan that's produced for review today. And of course, it wasn't posted on the planning and design site so that neighbors couldn't see, still haven't seen an accurate drawing of what will actually be the development. It was previously mentioned, and we noticed it in reviewing the materials that were available to the public, that the adjustment of the realignment will take out the proposed clubhouse and dumpster location that is actually on the drawing. I'll try to get that up for you. And of course, we'll fail. But the actual drawing that you're considering for approval today doesn't show the actual proposed construction that has to occur. And therefore, we think that the presentation of it before the commission is premature and not fair to the public. The public wants to see what's actually going to be built. And if, you know, some narrative that they're working this out in the back rooms with KYTC doesn't inform the public about the impacts to the location, and I think is a violation of the rules that the construction, or not, but the preliminary development drawing should be accurate enough for us, for the commission to be able to make a non-arbitrary decision on whether to approve it or not. At this point, you'd have to approve the drawing that's presented with binding elements, and you don't even show the road easements, and there's no certainty that the road easements are going to be, evidently they're going to still to be negotiated between the property owner and KYTC, and for the commission to approve a development that shows buildings in the way of the proposed realignment, I think just adds confusion and inefficiency, and one day would have us back here for further drawing approval. So I think it's premature. The statement of the justification, the applicant's justification statement, did not comply with the KRS 213 or the Section 380.010 of the application process, which requires a statement describing how the proposed map amendment would conform to the comprehensive plan. If constructed according to the applicant's development plan, the construction would remove the rural charm of a standing woods along scenic Route 22, cutting down significant trees, and replace it with 115,000 square feet of paved and built impervious area. There's no indication. The previous presentation before the commission showed a careful attention to lighting, drainage, and other matters, providing explicit details of the underground stormwater detention. Even had an amazing drawing of candlefoot measurements on the scene. None of those details are provided in the drawing that you're standing before you to be approved. So we think it's incomplete and doesn't comply with the clarity and the detail information that the commission needs to make a non-arbitrary decision to approve. The goal T3 is to protect and preserve scenic or culturally important transportation corridors and resources. That's a part of the comprehensive plan. Here, you're going to take a bite out of the Route 22 scenic highway and put in a major parking lot fronting on the highway, and it will have a significant alteration of the scenic corridor. Objective LU13, find ways to preserve the county's rural character and agricultural land that enable such activities to coexist and complement one another in adjoining land uses. The surrounding properties are mostly single-family residences on large lots, and it's a really great area to live in, and it has outstanding rural character and should be preserved. And I think that's what the comprehensive goals are designed to do, and what you're doing a great job of analysis and looking for facts. I think that's what you're trying to do. The construction of the apartment complex would be in an area where much of the surrounding land is R2 zone with single-family residences on large acre lots, doesn't conform to objective LU11, saying new development should be compatible with surrounding land uses, community, and local infrastructure. We've said that the more traffic and delay on AM and peak hours against goal 3, T3, protect and preserve scenic or culturally important transportation corridors and resources. The submitted development plan, the plan before you, actually conflicts with planned intersection improvements at Clore Lane and Woolridge Avenue that were developed in a public consultation process going back to 2006. And that is the Clore Lane intersection improvements, which have been already discussed. They found no indication on the drawing that's in front of you of stormwater disposal. The landscape plan that we obtained later, about a day before this hearing, or 2 days before this hearing, seems to show two head walls discharging stormwater into the Blue Line stream area. That area back there looks like it's an old quarry or some kind of a possibly wetland. It could possibly function as a water quality detention pond, but there's no such details. There's absolutely no calculations of stormwater detention, how long it'll be detained, or any the size of any or location of any pipe installation that would function to do detention. And furthermore, those underground detentions, they have to have a binding element for maintenance and cleaning because they will fill up with sediment, and a lot of operators don't go back and clean them or maintain them. That's a problem. Finally, so I can get out of the way and let other people address their concerns, the sewer infrastructure is not available in this area. The comments of the MSD reviewer to the technical committee was that it would, all of the available sewers are upstream, up elevation of this location. There would have to be a pump station, a wet well, and then a force main, which evidently would run close or abutting the proposed rights-of-way of the widened Route 22. And if the pump station should fail without backup power, it could overflow raw sewage into the Blue Line stream. I know everybody's going to say, well, we'll take care of this in construction drawing time or whatever, but the public would like to know that the community is protecting the green environment, and this overflow of sewage from the pump station and its location near the Blue Line stream deserves more treatment than it's received from this application. And I'd like to move to enter my comments, which I've given you in paper form, into the record, Your Honor, and as well as the traffic review by Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Name and address for the record.
I'm Lori Lee Hall, architect, 7415 Sunset Lane in
Thank
Crestwood and Briar Hills Farms.
Thank you.
I believe my letter that was submitted to the planning office is contained in the packet that you now have. I trust that that's the case. In the interest of time, I'll try to summarize the points that have been made. During our time in living these past 20 years in Briar Hill Farms, Clore Lane has gone from a local access street by definition to a major collector street. It once ended in a cul-de-sac, and now it connects over 500 new homes that have been constructed in Briar Hills, in Brentwood, and in Spring Hill Estates. It now provides, Clore Lane does, a through intersection or a throughway as a corridor between LaGrange Road 146 in Pee Wee Valley to Interstate 71 at exit 14. Its character has significantly changed without any significant improvements other than resurfacing in these past 20 years. But an even larger point with regard to that has already been alluded to particularly well by our first commenter. I'll state a couple of the issues. The Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, KYTC, has been conducting planning studies of West Highway 21 for over 20 years, dating back to the scoping study of 2005. The Oldham County Kentucky 22 corridor study in 2021 identified the Clore Lane Wooldridge Ave intersection as having the highest concentration of crashes during their study period 2017 to 2020. It has the poorest critical crash rate factor over the longest distance of any intersection from the Jefferson-Oldham County line to Crestwood. Additionally, the intersection has been shown to be a site exceeding expected severe crash frequencies, a measure of the potential severity of traffic accidents. As noted, conditions in the intersection have been exacerbated by additional growth over the past 6 years since the study was performed in 2020. Despite the corridor study's findings, which identified the Clore Lane Wooldridge Avenue realignment with turn lanes as its highest priority recommendation, and again, this was in 2021, and described it as the top safety concern identified by both the public and statistical analyses, no work to date has been performed at the intersection. It is my understanding that current site plans or state plans indicate that the realignment, widening with turn lanes and signalization project is scheduled perhaps in 2028, and Mr. Silman mentioned it might be 2029. The requested rezoning of the subject property and its associated development plan propose adding 155 new parking spaces to serve the anticipated 84 apartments. Given the safety and traffic concerns noted which already exist, I strongly recommend to the County Planning Commission that no rezoning that increases development intensity along the southern end of Clore Lane be approved until KYTC completes the required intersection improvements. Until then, adequate infrastructure as defined in the zoning ordinance does not exist to support higher levels of development. I also would have and raise concern that the proposed development is not in conformance with the comprehensive land use plan of the county, in that it, as has been described, is not consistent with the scale and type of development that exists along Highway 22 and Clore Lane. One would have to drive some 2 miles to Graham Village Apartments to the west to find another 3-story medium-density development. Graham Village Apartments is almost invisible from Highway 22 because it sits behind mature trees. The image above indicates that this parcel is covered with mature hardwood trees. They're beautiful. But they're all going to be removed in order to construct the proposed development, which will, despite landscape ideas that have been proposed, immature landscape will not screen this property and its parking for a very long time, if ever, so closely placed to the realignment of Ballardsville Road, Highway 22, which is going to move closer to the subject property. My suggestion and recommendation would be to not allow this rezoning, this map change to take place. It's inconsistent with the development of this area. It would be inappropriate to allow the change to be made, not only at this time, but perhaps ever, because it opens the door to a type of construction which is not consistent with the nature, the rural nature of this area of our county. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm being a bit of a bully here, but I come to this in a different perspective.
As if you'll state your name and address before you start.
Here we go, folks. You're not going to believe it. I'm Bruce Tucker. I want to go back to
your address for the record.
I'm sorry,
please.
6904 Timberwood Circle.
Thank you.
And this is just less than 1/10 of a mile in a small subdivision from the intersection we're talking about. I want to go back to a meeting that I went to, Crestwood City Council meeting, when they were discussing Clore Station. And there was a lot of objection to all of the traffic problems on 329. I spoke there, and the mayor said to me, and I so appreciated his frankness, he said, "Mrs. Tucker, I hear you. We are wrestling with this. But plain and simply, if we do not give the owners of Clore Station permission to build on their land the way they want to, we will probably be sued." Crestwood does not have the money to defend that lawsuit. Now, why am I mentioning that? Because nobody else has mentioned the fact that when Clore Station starts developing, we are going to add hundreds more cars, and guess how they get over to where they want to go? They will join the bypass traffic down Clore Lane, adding future dozens more cars. I preface this by saying I love Oldham County. 40 years ago, we moved here. At that point, I was a runner. I am now a walker, and some mornings I wonder if I'm really a walker when I finish my 3 miles. I have seen the change. We keep having a pattern out here of approving things for whatever reason we have to, and then for the next many years, we chase the problems that we have created, 329 being a perfect example of it. We need to stop and say, what are the consequences? I am a retired registered nurse. I'm also a walker through this area. I have stopped many times to give aid at that intersection as I've gone to a car, opened the door, and said to a woman who was in shock, blood streaming down her face, just don't move your neck, don't move your head. Stay still, sweetheart. I am a victim of that intersection. When I was slowing to turn into Clore, checked my rearview mirror, nothing in back of me, slowed down to make my turn, put my foot on my brake, looked up again to see a Mercedes box truck bearing down on me. My trunk ended up where my back seat should have been. The only thing that saved me is that I took my foot off my brake and tried to accelerate away from him. So I have been in both parts of this. It is a beautiful, those pictures are so lovely looking. What they don't show you is the traffic that backs up down to Clore Lane now, waiting to get through the traffic light in the middle of Crestwood. If any of you drive out here, you know what I'm talking about. We are always chasing our tail, giving permission and then saying, what do we do with this boondoggle? In back of those apartments will be a beautiful campground, a large open area filled with big trees, filled with young children when they come to camp. You change the whole dynamic of that area. I have heard conversation about lighting, asphalt covering, and I think, folks, what about human lives? I'm here talking about that white cross there that says, Pawpaw, Dad. I'm here talking about the woman with the blood streaming down her face. I'm here talking about having my car driven up the highway when I was rear-ended. I keep hearing about the panacea of Clore connecting to Woldridge. It changes nothing because you still have to slow down to make either turn. You still will have, where now I come out, I wait for one lane of traffic to clear as I go up to Woldridge. I stop and wait for one lane of traffic to clear so I can turn into Woldridge. When those two roads connect, now I will have to wait for 2 lanes of traffic to clear. I am telling you because I've seen it happen. When you're trying desperately to get across, desperate people do desperate things. It will get worse, not better. We are getting ready to allow an area that is already so heavily trafficked to become more so. And someone mentioned maybe 80-some apartments, but 151 parking places. That's the reality of the traffic flow. Above all others, considerations, look at what is going to be happening there as Clore Station develops, as other unknown subdivisions go in, unplanned at this point. At some point, we've got to stop and say, what does the future bring, instead of saying, say yes, and then we'll deal with the problems.
Thank you. Yes. All right.
Hello. My name is Tommy Sturgeon. My address is 330 Woldridge Avenue, which is maybe 3-4 houses down on the right, just past a one-lane bridge, if you're familiar with Woldridge Avenue. And I'm going to briefly address the traffic from a different perspective. That's the perspective of Woldridge Avenue. The goal that the Planning Commission has with respect to transportation is to facilitate safe transportation network for the growth. The applicant's traffic study includes a few figures showing existing turning movements and the projections of the no build when there is a realigned intersection during the peak hours. These are on pages 5 to 11 of the traffic study. You will see in the no-build projection with the realigned intersection, there are straight arrows. that show the traffic going from Clore Lane onto Wooldridge, going south, and going from Wooldridge to Clore Lane, going north. During those AM peak hours, approximately 65% of the southbound traffic on Wooldridge Avenue arises from Clore Lane. Clore Lane traffic, those vehicles going across the street onto Wooldridge Avenue, and approximately 21% of the south traffic on Clore Lane continues straight onto Wooldridge. I'm getting those figures from the projected no-build AM peak hours. The projected increase onto Wooldridge is shown in figures 5 and 6, and that projects that after the build, there will only be one additional car onto Wooldridge during the peak AM hours and only 3 during the PM hours. During the peak AM hours, that's less than 1%. I think it actually is less than 0.5% of the projected southbound traffic on Clore Lane. So there's a discrepancy between 20% of the current southbound traffic that connects to Wooldridge and the projection of less than 1% of additional traffic going on to Wooldridge. I believe this indicates an assumption that Wooldridge Avenue is used as a local road. Local road being one that provides the access to the residences. They typically have the lowest speeds and there's no through traffic on the local roads. Wooldridge Avenue, if you're not familiar, has a 15 mile per hour speed limit. It's a very narrow road. Throughout the road, you almost need to pull over on these little gravel areas on the sides of the street in order to pass. But the one-lane bridge is problematic. Coming from Clore Lane, you can't really see the cars coming. So if you know what you're doing, you go very slow and inch your way upwards. But unfortunately, there's quite a few people who may not know what they're doing when they drive and they fly through that one-lane bridge. It's a bit dangerous as it stands. So the reason that 65% of Wooldridge southbound traffic comes from Clore Lane is because people are using it as a collector. It runs between 22 and 146. It is a convenient way to access 146 from 22, depending on where you're coming from. It could cut 8 minutes off your time in order to get to the Gene Snyder Freeway off of LaGrange Road. And with all due respect to the traffic study and the work that went into it, it is impossible for me and I think the Planning Commission to accept that after this apartment build, there will only be one car of increased traffic during the AM peak hours, considering, especially if there's going to be an improved intersection, that's going to encourage Wooldridge Avenue's use as a collector road. 84 units directly across, with approximately 60 being double and triple units, is going to cause an unsafe environment on Wooldridge. It is not designed to support that type of use. I think it's already dangerous from its current use, and that would greatly increase that danger. Clore Lane already backs up because of the difficulty of the intersection. It's an accident-prone area, as many people have already addressed, and that is largely because of the attempts to use Wooldridge Avenue as the connection to 146, and as was just mentioned, Clore Lane as a connection now from 22 all the way up near the 71. So those roads are being used right now as a collector. This apartment complex is very much going to facilitate a great increase of usage. It's going to increase the dangerousness of this intersection. I think the overhead photos that were shown earlier describe the purpose and character of that area. R2 is to preserve and protect character of low density. That's its goal. R4 should maintain the unique character of an area. This development does not, unfortunately, protect that character. R4 also must be served by an adequate infrastructure. It's a terrible intersection. I think we all agree. And this infrastructure that surrounds the area, it does not support, it's not adequate infrastructure for this development. So the comprehensive plan that Oldham County implemented, a lot of work went into it, dozens of people, I think 20 plus meetings, and the future use of this area is agricultural, this area right here. The surrounding areas are almost entirely residential, R2, R1. On all sides. That little sliver of the Christian camp that is R4, I would submit is a very different kind and type, and were a development plan of this nature submitted for approval, I think it would face similar difficulties because of the traffic of the area. So this proposed development, it does not follow the use of the comprehensive plan. The existing zoning is appropriate to the area, and there are no major changes in the economic, physical, or social surroundings. So the zoning classification change really does not fit within the standards that the Planning Commission would be using, irrespective of the traffic. I submit that all those reasons would justify the denial of the plan. So, thank you.
Thank you. And next.
Good afternoon, Roy Cullinan, 6802 Briar Hill Road.
Thank you.
The first and third speakers did such a great job that my talking points have already been exhausted, so I assure you I will be brief. I would just like to add one point vis-a-vis historical context. And it kind of harks back to Mr. Jones's comment about the likelihood of the realignment occurring in, let's say, 2028 or 2029. The 2003 Oldham County Major Thoroughfare Plan referred to this particular location as a high crash frequency segment. The scoping study, one of you made reference to, considered this a short-term, high-priority project to realign Clore Lane, Woolridge Avenue, and Kentucky 22. That scoping study was conducted in October 2005. One of the participants in conducting that study was a firm by the name of QK4 that we have heard referenced more than once today. Just hope to provide some context as to whether there is a high likelihood of this realignment occurring anytime in the near future, and hopefully cut down on the crashes and deaths. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amber Vaughn, 7434 East Orchard Grass Boulevard.
Thank you.
I'm a council member for City of Orchard Grass Hills, representing many of the residents who couldn't get out of work today to be here, but are still in opposition, much like my counterpart.
Mary Ann Deptola, 8011 Shadow Creek Road, Crestwood. I'm representing about 126 individuals who signed a petition in a matter of a few days after noting that this hearing was taking place, and they could not be here, and I wanted to make sure this petition was presented to you. It covers everything everybody has said regarding traffic, regarding safety, regarding the need that we need to probably step back and take a breath and say, this is putting the cart before the horse. And until we know what our roads are going to be like, until the safety issues have been addressed, this change from R2 to R4 is not warranted.
I'll try to be summarizing because everyone has covered a lot of information here. But to Commissioner Allison's point, thank you for mentioning the fact that there's projections that aren't being calculated. We have rules in Oldham County where you've got 12 months, you can build this much of phase one of your 20 phase, neighborhood residence, So Brentwood may not be done. It may still have several phases of more traffic. And it's the same way with other projects that have all been approved. Developments on the other side of Hounds Lane all around are being approved. I am a huge advocate for growth. I'm not native to Oldham County. I've lived here a long time. It feels like I am, but I moved here for the schools like many people. I am not opposed to that, but infrastructure must come first. It must be current, solid infrastructure before we continue to add this stuff on. reaching out to Commissioner Krause's point about the R4, as someone mentioned earlier, it's the church. The church is the only place in this area, this sanctuary, that has an R4 for multifamily. What happens in churches? You have multifamily. You have people that live at the church that are not single family. That makes sense. It's not an apartment complex. I wish the picture was still up there. You've seen what it looks like. It is very much a rural R2 designation as it was originally set by your predecessors, and nothing's changed. I'm glad he went over his letter that he presented because I have it here too. And basically, it's very circular. There's no data or evidence to justify the change. He cites even the KRS 100.213. All he's done is followed the law. He's followed the process that's required of him. He says that he's compliant with R4, which this is not R4, it's R2. He's given no justification for any change on why that should become R4 instead. Kentucky planning decisions generally require a rezoning applicant to show either existing zoning is no longer appropriate. He's not done that. Major changes in the area have made the proposed zoning change appropriate. Again, this has not been satisfied. With those standards, with credible evidence, there's just strong reason to deny this from him. Not only that, but the clear opposition to everyone that lives in that area and has to drive on these roads. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I respectfully submit the petition?
Yes, if we could have that for the record. And we are coming into just under 5 minutes.
Jane Graves, 312 Woldridge Avenue, Pee Wee Valley, Kentucky. I would like to make 1 point and 1 point only. Woldridge Avenue is a one-lane street. Comprehend, please. One-lane street. Clore Lane, Woldridge, you can turn it, you can do whatever you want. You're throwing all this traffic on a one-lane street. Yes, I'm on LaGrange Road. I am not going to take Central Avenue in Pee Wee Valley. It's too windy and the wait's too long. I'm going to go through Woldridge Avenue. And a resident of Woldridge Avenue, yes, I'll be the one in the ditch because you can't get through. One-lane street, please consider that. Traffic cannot handle it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're having fun now, right?
Yeah.
Michael Gillenwater. I live at 333 Woldridge. That's directly across the street from where Clore intersects with 22. I just, for the record, I was never notified of any type of neighborhood meeting. I'm not denying there was one, but there was not notice given anyway. I agree with the previous speaker that, you know, the petitioner has the burden of proof. If you do nothing, if you don't grant this, you're in good shape because you don't have to prove that there is not a reason for the change. The comprehensive plan does not contemplate his development. It does not. He has to prove that R2 is inappropriate. He has a duty to prove that to you. He has not done that. He's not proven a lot of things. I'd like to read quickly one statement from the KIPTA administrative report for the Connecting Kentuckiana 2050 Metropolitan Transportation Plan. KIPTA serves, as you know, the Louisville metro area, Jefferson County, Bullitt County, Oldham County, as well as Clark and Floyd counties in Indiana. And with regard to the Kentucky 22 Clore Lane intersection improvements, the justification is the Kentucky 22 corridor improvement study completed by Oldham County KYTC and KIPTA in 22 looked at Kentucky 22 from the Jefferson-Oldham County line near Hounce Lane to Kentucky 329. The project was identified in the study as the highest priority spot improvement. The intersection had the highest number of total crashes, more severe crashes, and the highest crash factor of all intersections studied. It was also the top safety concern identified during 2 rounds of public engagement. That's in 5 counties, folks. It would be irresponsible to allow this development until and unless that road is improved because of what you have heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we've got a minute and a half.
All right, I'm not going to restate any points. My name is Tim Klein. I live at 7604 Keller Way in Brentwood. I'm just going to ask these questions to the commission. How is rezoning this property from R2 to R4 consistent with the comprehensive plan for this area? If the intersection already requires a multi-million-dollar safety project, why should additional density be approved before those improvements have been completed? How can the applicant claim that the project has very little impact when their own engineer acknowledges it degrades one movement from LOSE to LOSF? Has anyone evaluated the increase in crash risk and not just the increase in traffic? What changed since the comprehensive plan was adopted that justifies replacing single-family zoning with one of the highest density residential districts available? And then my final question is, I know that part of the comprehensive plan talks about adding multi-unit complexes in Oldham County. How much R4 zoning is available currently? And why aren't we using that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Samia Tillett-Prolu, 7,000 Clore Lane. I just really wanted to end with, at the end of the day, the concern isn't about stopping growth. And I think everybody else here would agree too. The concern is about making sure growth happens in a way that respects the character of the existing neighborhood and follows a long-term vision the county already has adopted through the comprehensive plan, and that we're not creating problems that we're left trying to solve later. And I would say this proposal is not in alignment with that. For those reasons, I respectfully ask that the commission align with the neighborhood that's represented here today, I think much better than the neighborhood meeting with the two people, and ask that we preserve the character of the area and deny the rezoning request. Thanks.
Thank you. In that we have run out of our 50 minutes. Commission? Our next step is questions by the commissioners. Didn't quite hear you.
For those that weren't able to speak, can we turn in comments?
Commissioners, do you wish to allow for a short?
I'll make a motion to extend us by 3 minutes.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Ms. Kraus. We will do a 3 minutes. We'll wait till we get that set. Ms. Kraus. Ms. Kraus did the second. Okay. Okay, voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? We'll have 3 additional minutes. It's a tricky little.
I don't need 3, but.
All right, name and address.
Jeff Crow, 6901 Briar Hill Road.
Come close.
So everybody's covered the comments that I was going to say. The one piece that wasn't added was all the studies do not talk about the fact that these added cars are being added at the bottleneck. So it's not like you've got cars just flowing into it. They're coming out. Driving in every day, I see cars backed up on Clore Lane. They're backed up to where the entrance for this new complex are going to be. So it's not as simple as saying, oh, we're having this many cars. And as somebody else has pointed out, they don't even align with the additions. So I just think that this is a pretty big thing we're looking at. And it's not as simple as saying, oh, we have a few more cars we're throwing into it. So.
Thank you. All right, we have 2 minutes.
Christy Briscoe, 7410 Sunset Lane. One issue I think has not been discussed today is the infrastructure relating to schools. I believe a lot of people in the community are aware of the redistricting that has happened within the last 5 years. And I'm wondering what has been done, what studies have been done to address the issues that are going to come up with school infrastructure. That's it.
Thank you.
I'm with all the opposition as well. My name is Matt Killian. I'm at 6700 Clore Lane. One of these things that happens more frequently than thought is when there is an incident on I-71. Guess where they come? It's down 22, but then they know the cut through is at Clore Lane. I've seen it back up, and it's something needs to be done about all of that.
Thank you. We have one more. All right, you got a minute.
Most everything's been said. Jane Killian, 6700 Clore Lane. I've lived there for 24 years. And I agree with everything that's been said about the infrastructure, the traffic. But families have chosen to live in this neighborhood because of a lower density residential setting and the attractive appearance. Replacing that with a large apartment complex would alter that. And so many of us have worked hard to create and call that our home. So please just remember that this decision is about more than a single piece of property. It is about the people who already live there and have called that neighborhood home for many years.
Thank you. Anybody can talk in 6 seconds? All right. With that, we're going to move into questions by the commissioners. Commissioners, yes, Mr. Hampton.
The applicant?
Yep. You can ask.
Just like Mr. Stewart to clear something up for me. On this plan you have here, and I'm just trying to figure out how the clubhouse is 12,500 square feet, and these other buildings are 11,800. It doesn't work out with the scale.
It's 1,250 square feet.
It's what?
1,250 square feet. 1,250 square feet. Sorry, it's mislabeled.
It's what?
Mislabeled. Has an extra 0 on it.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I'm paying attention.
Thank you.
Do you have some other questions?
Yeah,
Yes.
well, we've got the developer up here. The school system has given us a 75 unit per year development goal to try to limit the impact on schools here in Oldham County. You've got 84 units proposed. How do you propose to stage the construction in such a way to minimize the increased traffic issues that people have talked about and also meet the school compliance?
Yeah, it'll be built over the 2-year period that we're allowed to. So we'll build the first 2 buildings in that first year period and then the 3rd building after that. Yeah.
Commissioners, any other questions? Yes.
What do you anticipate the rent on these apartments is going to be?
They're right now in the pro forma for that, the rent is from about $1,600 to $1,750 per unit. They're Class A apartments.
Do you have now that we've got the technical thing solved, do we have like any renderings of the buildings just so that we can see what we're talking about?
We do not. We haven't developed the buildings past this phase at this point.
Ms. Thompson.
So how would the plan change if it was approved with the change at Clore Lane? Would you just remove the clubhouse or put it somewhere else, or?
Let's see if this works.
We're getting some technical support.
I think I got it. You sure? Yeah, it looks like it just shows me.
Oh, there we go.
you see it on their screen?
No. It's a direct line. It should be up.
Can you see it on? Yeah, you're seeing it.
We're seeing it on our screen.
It's on theirs for some reason. Well, sorry it's not on the screen there, but you can see we eliminate the clubhouse, and that's the realignment that we took from the engineering drawings.
And where would the dumpster area be moved to?
It'd be back in the 30 spaces, back by the 30 spaces at the back. Very back of the left of the property, plan left.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Kraus.
By removing the clubhouse, does that change the classification for the type of apartments and the monthly rent?
The amenity package that they have in the pro forma, they're still working through how that would work, but it would still be Class A apartments. It's the amenity package that kind of, it's not like a hotel where you have 4-star, 3-star. So Class A is about the finishes and it's about the amenities. So the amenities would change here. Obviously, we didn't have a pool to begin with, but still Class A.
Commissioners, this is questions for the applicant or anyone who spoke today as well. Any questions? All right, seeing none, we're going to move into any rebuttal by and cross-examination by the applicant.
Thank you. Can you see that on your screen? Okay. I just wanted to just clarify again the R4 zone that abuts this property. So the property is here. There's right across Kohler Lane is the commercial zones, the two of those, and then R3 and R4. And then the one below here, the one directly across 22, that is R1A. I know it's hard to see on that screen, but, and then R2, obviously, the one there. That was just one thing I wanted to clarify, that we are adjacent to that. And I know there was, that property is already R4, regardless of what its current use is, it could still have a different use that would be allowable in R4 without going back to rezoning, I think, unless there's a binding element on that, which we don't know if there is. Meaning that justification for us to do this or to change this from R2 to R4, the county has already justified that R4 works in that area, and so we see that as just a continuation of that and the commercial zone that's right across the street. So it really is a mix of different uses. I did want to address the traffic assessment and some of the, obviously the bulk of most of the comments. We're really not asking the commission to disregard the existing traffic concern. It's obvious, and there were stories about accidents. It's obvious that there's a concern. We're just asking that the application be evaluated according to the project's measured incremental impact. And that's what the traffic assessment does. We're also willing to work with the county and responsible transportation agency on a reasonable access or traffic management conditions, like the request for a right turnout that we added there, which would actually reduce. That traffic study didn't really take in that into, or the traffic assessment didn't take that into account. So it further minimizes the impact. We're not saying there's not a terrible issue here. We're just saying that we want this evaluated based on the impact that this one project has on the overall. In addressing Woolridge, the resident on Woolridge, I know a couple spoke, but the addition of the load on Woolridge from this development, it sounded like it would be so significant that even the alignment doesn't make sense, but it would be, it's based on the professionals that did the evaluation and the assessment for us, and it shows that there's not an impact on Woolridge, or minimal meaning one car. So just wanted to make sure that was just the facts there. Lighting and drainage, we weren't required to do a lighting study. I know that others present that at this point, but we don't have the design completed for that, and we want to make sure, we're not asking for any waivers or variances to the requirements that we have moving forward. So just to clarify, I know that there's other presentations today that presented some of those things that will be required, and the drainage is one, and we've talked about some of that. And I think there was a comment about us working with the engineers in a closed door session or behind closed doors, but we are here just completely saying we want to meet the standards that the county has put in place, or exceed those. The trees, we put a landscape plan together showing that we were going to do buffers and do some of that. It is a nice piece of land. We do believe that land is perfect for this use. We also know, you'll notice on the plan that we set the buildings back away from it so we could maintain some of that landscaping in the parking lot, so that the first thing you see on the road is not a three-story building. On the sewers, there was a thing, or somebody commented on sewers or MSD, that there's not sewers available in this area, but there are. Then the last thing I've already stated, so that's all I have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we will step into 10 minutes for rebuttal or cross-examination by those in opposition. For anyone who has already spoken today, you're welcome to get up during that 10 minutes.
Do I need to state my name again? Okay.
Please, please, for the record, so we can.
Okay. Samia Teleprolu, 7,000 Clore Lane. I know there's mention, it came up a couple times, of the R4 adjacent property. And I just wanted to point out that there is no structure of this density and magnitude and traffic that exists in the immediate area, including the R4 that's already mentioned, that's part of the campground. And I think that's really what all of the concerns are coming from. So I think even within the classification of multiple family within an R4, there's a large range of density, and that range of density matters. And I think use of the R4 property also matters. I would also like to point out that the existing R4 classification of the campground and the church property is not what's in question today. It's the rezoning and intended use of the proposed lot, and that being the inappropriate rezoning specifically based on the rest of the surroundings. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify the economics in your project. You're saying that you're going to put these units up for rent for $1,600 to $1,750 and be profitable. That's for the record?
I believe that was stated.
That was what was stated. Okay, I just want to make sure. I also want to point out that the R4 next door is owned by the same property owners that are investing in this project. What is going to prevent them from moving past this project and adding another 500 units?
Here's Bruce Tucker again.
Down toward you.
I had gone into the office at the campground and asked the specific question about whether or not the campground, the Assembly of God, was involved with this. And she said very clearly, yes. I said, so they are going to be doing this project? Yes. I said, can you tell me why? She said, we need additional income stream to support the campground and our organization. And she told me, without blinking an eye, they will be upper-end luxury apartments. I think I'm safe in saying the average apartment now, a 3-bedroom, goes for what? The kind of figures he's naming. Something is not making sense here, folks. It's just not adding up.
Josh Gatewood, 7415 Gatewood Drive. Just to reiterate, yeah, a $1,700 rental rate does not meet rental standards of Crestwood, and that will drastically change the landscape of the neighborhood and the neighborhood's property values. And for Class A apartments, generally they have pools and clubhouses, and none of that is in the plan except in that change plan, which was different. So that I just wanted to call that out.
Clarence Hickson. I wanted to ask the applicant if there are drawings of the pump station, sewage pump station and force main, drawings of any backup power, so that if that power fails to the pump station and it begins to overflow, will it overflow into the stormwater sewer system that he's going to build? Will there be a gravity line that has to be built across Clore Lane? And if so, is that going to conflict with the easement of the project intersection improvements? And why weren't these details provided to us so we could have a look at them before the hearing?
This is a time for those who had already spoke.
I raised my hand and I was sworn in. I didn't have time, about 30 seconds, please. David Ellis, 7503 Cantrell Drive. I've lived there since 77. Just, I would encourage you to drive past this property so you can see it for yourselves. And I think that would help you understand how it fits in this project. And the other thing is, only 2 people showed up to a I don't know what you call that process for feedback.
Community meeting.
I don't know that it was publicized, but you got to look at the people that are here today and say there's something wrong with either what they're doing or managing the process. That's all I can say, because this should have been a surprise to you all when they only said 2 people showed up, because we didn't know about it.
Thank you. All right, we have 4 minutes.
Jane Grace, 312 Wildridge Avenue. I just want to say that they may be on sewer system, on Pee-wee Valley, on Wildridge Avenue. I'm on septic tanks. Please do not dump any more liquid over to my area. I've already had my septic tanks redone 3 times because of all these problems. And one time, sit on Wildridge Avenue and try to turn left or right, and I guarantee you, you'll cuss. Thank you.
Questions for the applicant. The first is, would you agree that the no-build projections show that 20% of the Clore Lane southbound traffic crosses onto Wooldridge in the AM peak hours? 20% of it?
I don't know how the process works.
Yeah.
So
we'll let you respond during the final statement.
Okay. Well, I suggest you look at the straight line arrow that comes off Clore Lane in the figure, and then you can divide that number by the total traffic, and that will give you the 20% percentage. And since you're not familiar with the study, you'll see if you do the same thing with the projection, it's 0.5%. So I'm assuming that since you're not familiar with those numbers, you can't explain the discrepancy between the 20% and the 0.5%. Is that correct? Okay.
I just have one additional comment.
If you'll do name one more time.
Tim Klein. Since this is going to be part of the church project, are revenues from this project going to be tax exempt?
And they'll be able to address that in final statement.
Okay.
Josh Gatewood, 7415 Gatewood Drive. So with the 155 extra spots, there's only going to be 1 car turning across the street. I just find that to be laughable. But I have a question about like the apartments themselves. Are any of them going to be set to be like a Section 8 or government properties?
We have 2 minutes.
Christy Briscoe, So I'm just going to read a few things. Doesn't the Oldham County Comprehensive Plan promote maintaining tree lines along major roadways? And why does this plan ignore that? I doubt that we ever intended to look like extensive parts of Louisville, and it appears that most of the properties along this portion of Highway 22 have 60-foot or more setbacks. It also appears that currently the development plan shows that there will be 0 space for plantings along Highway 22 once the developer donates the required space for road widening for the Clore intersection improvements. I've also heard that the 2 parking islands shown on the plan drawings are for electric pole placement and not for shrubs. Doesn't the Oldham County Comprehensive, oh, never mind, that's it. All right.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make we are actually in questions of the opposition. All right. All right, we're going to move into 5 minutes of final statements by the opposition and then 5 minutes of final statements by the applicant. So any final statements by the opposition?
Samia Tillaprolu, 7,000 Clore Lane. I just want to end by saying that I think there's been a lot of questions and concerns brought up. There's inconsistencies in the documentation that's been provided. I think it's clear that there hasn't been sufficient public debate about this. And in general, I feel like with the level of open questions, the inconsistencies in the documentation, I don't think that this is something that's ready to be voted on for something that is a permanent and significant change to the existing neighborhood and the existing neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make a final statement for the opposition? If you'll do your name one more time.
Clarence Hickson.
Thank you.
I just wanted to bring up one point which I included in my written comments. And I think this is really helpful to guide us here. And it's a quote from the Supreme Court case of Kohler versus Eisen, which was a 1974 Supreme Court case. And it says, my objection was the plan materials did not meet section 380-010E1D because they did not describe in adequate detail how utilities and essential public services will be provided to the property. And Kohler versus Eisen says, a finding which consists of nothing other than a repetition of the legal requirements as set out by a statute fails to meet the requirements of due process, in that such finding does not contain sufficient adjudicative facts to permit a court to conduct a meaningful review of the proceeding for the purpose of determining the question of whether the action the commission has before it has or has not been arbitrary. The problem with this development plan is it is stripped down of important adjudicative facts that would give us a basis to make a non-arbitrary decision here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any last final statements? Come on, if you'll do your name one more time.
I apologize. Tommy Sturgeon from 330 Woolridge Avenue. I would just take it a step further. I don't believe that it's premature to make a vote, and I don't think that it's just would be arbitrary to approve. I think it's conclusive. It should be denied.
Thank you. Any other final statements by the opposition? All right. Seeing none, we will move into final statements by the applicant.
Thank you again. There were a few questions that I'm just going to respond to. One was why we were not provided the sewer plans and lift station. In the process of development.
Give me 1 minute.
I'm sorry.
This.
I'm not going to speak for the whole 5 minutes.
Got to make it official. We want to give you a little more than a minute. There we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
I did want to address some of those questions that came up. One was about the pro forma and revenue, and this is a zoning hearing, so I don't think most developers don't get up here and say, hey, here's our rent rate at this point in a project, but we want to be really transparent about that. It does work pretty well. We were, so why were we not provided sewer drawings or sewer plans, lift station, emergency generators? It's just not that thing in the process that we would have already done that engineering work. We have talked to MSD, we know where the sewer is, we know we'll have to have a lift station. And we had to have that to do a budget for the project. So we'll address that as well as some of the other questions like lighting and the drainage as part of that. And when we're not asking for waivers of anything, we just presented facts. To your question about 20% and the 0.5%, I am just looking at the facts of the assessment. I'm not saying that I can't assess that the assessment was incorrect. We did what we were asked to do and presented the facts from the professionals. And then the question about Section 8 housing, well, this is not a Section 8 housing. It wouldn't qualify for that project. And then there was a question about the trees and keeping the landscape along the street. If you look at the plans that the Transportation Cabinet has provided, those plans require taking out all of the trees and creating a new easement along 22. So we are actually adding trees back where they're taking those out along the parking lot, along the edge of the parking lot. And then I think we provided everything that we know of that we were asked to provide as part of this process at this point.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to close public comment. Commissioners, this is your moment to ask questions regarding what is being proposed today, if you have any questions, and we will have Mr. Fisher outline our motions for the day. Commissioners, any questions? Nope. Mr. Fisher, you're up.
All right, so we're going to have two different motions before you. If you look on page 2 and page 3 of your staff packet, the first one that is going to be looked at will be the zoning map amendment. You do have motions on there at the bottom of page 2 going on to page 3 to either approve or deny this request for zoning map amendment to Oldham County Fiscal Court. And you have proposed binding elements there almost to the middle of page 3 that include the approval applies only to the plan presented at the July 28th, 2026 Oldham County Planning Commission public hearing. There shall be no changes to the plan without review by the Oldham County Planning Commission and Engineer's Office, and the plan must comply with all established federal, state, and county ordinances and requirements and comply with all necessary easement restrictions at the time of construction plan approval.
Commissioners, any questions? All right, I'm going to open the floor for a motion.
Madam Chair, in regards to docket PZ 26-015, which requests a change in zoning from R2 to R4, I make a motion to deny to the Oldham County Court on the zoning map amendment because changing to R4 zoning would not be in compliance with LU 1-1. Existing R2 zoning is appropriate as it complies with LU 121. The R2 classification allows, preserves, and protects the character of low-density, detached single-family areas and neighborhoods, which is typical of much of the surrounding area. Proposed zoning is inappropriate because changing to an R4 designation would allow for much higher density living units, which is not typical and would significantly alter the density and character of the area. Also, changing to R4 would be in violation of LU 1-1, which requires new developments to ensure they do not strain existing infrastructure. Changing the R4 designation would allow for potentially much higher density dwelling units, thus providing a significant increase in traffic in an already congested and hazardous area of Highway 22.
You have an adequate motion, Madam Chairman.
Do we have a second? Mr. Hampton? All right, we're going to move into a roll call vote.
You want to go over real
Also,
quick?
yeah, real quick. So a yes in this situation is a motion to deny. A no is a motion to approve.
I'm sorry.
It's not a motion to approve. It's just a motion to
deny.
A no is a motion to defeat the, is a vote to defeat the motion.
Thank you. Okay.
So the motion that Commissioner Allison made was a vote to deny the zoning map amendment. So if you vote yes, you are voting to deny the zoning map amendment. A no vote is simply to deny the denial.
Right.
And then somebody would make another motion
To do something different.
to either approve or so on. Hopefully that's understandable now. So a yes is to deny the zoning map amendment. A no is to just deny Commissioner Allison's motion.
A yes is in favor of the motion as made, and a no is not in favor of the motion as made. So if you agree with Mr. Allison's motion, you're going to vote yes. If you don't agree with Mr. Allison's motion, you're going to vote no.
Thank you for the clarity.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Ms. Davis?
No.
Mr. Elder?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hampton?
Yes.
Mr. Hayes?
No.
Mr. Klingenfuss?
Yes.
Ms. Kraus?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
All right, docket PZ-26-015, zoning map amendment was voted 10-2 to deny the zoning map amendment.
Madam Chairman, so we do have to consider the development plan. It's a separate part.
Correct.
So there's still going to have to be
now we
discussion.
move into the second piece of the development plan.
Okay, so the development plan has to still be voted on as well. So in the middle of page 3, you do have, once again, motions to either approve or deny the preliminary plan. You've heard a lot of evidence and testimony today. You've seen a traffic study. You've seen one proposed by the opposition as well. So you'll take all that evidence and testimony, factor that in. You do have proposed binding elements at the bottom of page 3, which include the following. The approval applies only to the plan presented at the July 28th, 2026 Oldham County Planning Commission public hearing. There shall be no changes to the plan without review by the Oldham County Planning Commission and Engineer's Office. The plan must comply with all established federal, state, and county ordinances and requirements and comply with all necessary easement restrictions at the time of construction plan approval. And per the Oldham County School District, the maximum number of units per year to be constructed is 75. And then a few others that were requested, and that's the development should be consistent with future Clore Lane, Kentucky 22 realignment, and the plans, all plans should reflect that. And then number 6, the developer be required to give needed right-of-way, I believe, if Jim Silliman wants to listen to this one close, for future Clore Lane, Kentucky 22 realignment. Those, I believe, were the 6 proposed binding elements.
So, Mr. Silliman, the 6th binding element. And then
That adequately reflected my intent.
all right, and for the developer, Are you in agreement with the sixth binding element, if you'll just state on record?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, do we have any questions? Mr. Baxter?
So I know this seems odd, okay, but this is a matter that's before you all, and therefore you all have to make a determination as to how to proceed, okay? You could, for example, conditionally approve the development plan, and if, when they go to the fiscal court, you're making a recommendation to fiscal court. So when they go to fiscal court, the fiscal court could overrule your recommendation, and then the development plan would have already been voted on. If you think that there are significant or material technical questions that remain, you can defer on the development plan until resolution of those questions, or someone could make a motion to deny the development plan, remembering that the lens is KRS 100.275, and that is, the question is whether or not there has been compliance with the regulations for the purposes of the development plan when you look at it from KRS 100.275. So those are your options.
Commissioners, any questions?
Just a clarification, we have three options: to approve, to tentatively approve, or to deny. Is that right? Or conditionally approve or deny?
You can conditionally approve on the condition that the fiscal court overturns your recommendation. You can deny it if you can state adequate grounds to deny it, or you can defer if you believe there are material technical questions that remain to be answered.
Any other questions? All right, I'm going to open the floor for a motion.
Madam Chair, in regards to docket PZ 26-015, I move to defer decision on this based on several of the points which were brought up today relative to the buffering, the sewer system, and several other things which were brought up in the discussion today, which have not been adequately thought through to the point that we can make a decision on.
You have an adequate motion, Madam Chairman.
Okay. Ms. Davis, second. We have Ms. Davis. All right, we'll move into roll call vote.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Mr. Elder?
Yes.
Ms. Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hampton?
No.
Mr. Hayes?
Yes.
Mr. Klingenfuss?
Yes.
Ms. Kraus?
Yes.
Docket PZ-26-015, development plan has been approved to defer by a motion of 11 to 1.
Well, it'd probably be premature under the circumstances, since they have to get rezoned. They'd have to go to the fiscal court first. So, on the development, no, sir. So they'd have to come back to this body if they were to go to the planning commission and be successful in getting, the fiscal court, and getting the fiscal court to overturn the decision or the recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioners, we still have 3 more items on the docket, but it is way past our time for lunch. 2 more? 3 more. There are 3. So. Yeah. So do we have, while everyone is exiting, do I have any recommendations for a break to? Yes. Do you want to make a motion? We gotta take.
I want to raise.
I know. No.
I didn't even see the second page.
Break. With the timing, how much? We need an hour? We need
An hour.
1 hour?
Is that okay?
Do I have a second? I have a second, Ms. Thompson. We are, so there's been a proposal to take a 1-hour lunch break, and we've had a second.
No, I need to finish.
Still finish. So we'll take a voice vote.
I
All
can
in
change that to 30 minutes if you would like.
So, hour or 30 minutes, I'm hearing two things. 30, I'm seeing a 30. I'm seeing 30-minute recommendation. Okay. Do I have a second? Will you agree to the second? Okay, voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
We had 1 no.
Another meeting.
Okay,
I
30
have to
minutes.
leave.
Be back here at 2:40.